Mom.
Okay.
I finally was the first one to say it.
It's been a long time, and I'm glad that you have validated your Dungeons and
James'
Dragons playing experience by saying hi to my mum. I'm glad that that's what you look forward to in this campaign. I'm gonna turn myself down a little bit.
Don't
She's a big fan.
It'll be okay.
She's a big fan. I mean, I don't know if she's ever watched it, but I'm sure if she did watch it, she'd be a big fan. Welcome, viewing Twitch audience, to the Dysfunctionals, and thank you to all 0 of you that replied to my survey. 100% of viewers would recommend.
There's a survey?
There was a survey. Nobody replied, so
So
I can put the stat at the bottom of the screen. 100% of surveyed Twitch viewers recommend the Dysfunctionals. It's great.
Did you remember to send out the
Sorry, what?
Did you remember to send out the survey?
Oh fuck. Oh fuck. Shit. Okay.
That
Well,
might be why.
that's awkward. Well,
Michael hat.
because nobody responded, then it still counts as 100% of people that I did.
You're the math teacher.
I don't know. Let's move on.
I mean, technically, it's 100% of 0, sure.
Yep, totally. I'm rolling with it. Thank you for.
But you can't divide 0.
Thank you for watching, and thank you for joining us for the ongoing adventures of the Dysfunctionals. We're gunning for 50 followers, and I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna say on the 50th follower, all of your names of the followers of the Twitch channel will go into a hat. I will draw out a name and send a message, sending you guys a dice set if you reply and stuff. So, race to 50 followers, ladies and gentlemen. The first giveaway. That's on the thing. It's on the MacGuffin. So.
And I still stand by the first Australian to say that they are a listener that doesn't know me personally. I'll send them dice.
Magic.
Just for a little in Australia only competition. Oh, unless they're an Australian listening overseas, in which case it might take a little longer.
That's true, because it's not exactly the optimal time of day for you, is it?
Is that close enough?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's 6:15 in the morning.
Oh dear.
Okay.
Anyway, cool. That's the main notice from me. Anything from anybody else, or?
No, nothing from me.
I don't have a problem, but I have more dice sets and they're really pretty, and I don't know how well they're going to roll. So this will be fun.
Amazing.
I die.
Please don't. Well, with that said, let's dive into the next episode of the Dysfunctionals. And
that's a funny joke that we'll never hear on air.
And welcome
I can't
back.
believe you thought of that too.
Oh my god. Welcome
The
back.
most funny person I've ever met.
3 gritted teeth.
Welcome back. So last time, you are the Dysfunctionals party were traveling to the city of Trine. I need to turn. Sorry, excuse me. I need to turn up.
Yeah, the city's
Roll 20.
in view, isn't it?
You're currently standing outside Trine City, viewing down. Here we go.
We're like 2 hours away, though. Yeah.
There's a couple of hours of walk ahead of you because it's quite a
Okay.
long plain between you and it. You actually produced a really cool piece of artwork that I'm a big fan of.
Okay.
Except it's like early-ish morning sunrise sort of time of day.
Whoa, really?
Yeah.
I thought the bandits attacked us in the middle of the night. Is that not true?
They did, and that was last night. And you guys have woken up. You've packed away all your things
Brüz-
and carried along your way.
Brüz is up. Brüz is
No.
up at the crack of
No,
dawn.
that's not true.
Okay.
Are there any
No.
trees nearby?
It's currently 10
What are
a.m.
you doing?
11th of Kythorn. Okay, we can double back. What would you like to do, Kira?
Well, assuming that the night passed, I need to wake up Eirys in the middle. Well, not the middle of the night, but before the sun is up, I think.
Sure, it's
But-
easy enough for you to do
The
because
witching hour.
you require
Sure.
less sleep because you're an elf. So yeah, that's something you can do.
Okay. I don't know how to do this at all. So is she asleep?
Yeah, I mean, if you want to wake her, you certainly can.
I do. How do I do that? I guess I have
Say
to.
carefully, knowing Eirys.
Yeah, that's the thing is, yeah. Okay. She sure likes
Hey,
knives.
wake her with a kiss. I'm sure she'd love
No.
You're
Oh,
right.
God.
We are all gonna die.
No.
Kyro first.
Oh, my
No,
God.
thank you.
Crazy and kills everyone.
I'm not doing that. Sorry. Yeah, what's the best way to wake Eirys in this situation? I guess
Stand really
Yes.
far away.
touch her shoulder.
Yep.
And then back off
Yeah.
and see if she wakes up.
I'd say Iris is probably a very light sleeper,
Yeah,
so
yeah.
she wakes up and grabs her dagger.
Yeah. Luckily, I'm not right in front of you, so that's good.
Yeah. You guys are currently still underneath the semicircle sort of tiny hut that Yella's cast. So there isn't masses of room around, quite a lot of bodies quite close to you. You guys took a watch last night. You're pretty sure it's quiet now in the witching hour, the darkest hour before the dawn. Yeah, over to you.
What do you want?
She's awake. Okay, cool. Okay. We should talk more, I think.
I switch
Outside.
over to okay, cool. Okay. I was gonna ask that, but I get up
He
and go
seems
up.
so tired.
Mm,
Just the tiredest.
okay, so you guys exit the dome.
I speak in Undercommon.
You know Undercommon?
You're right to find out.
Okay, what do you say?
What is it? What do you want?
You know Undercommon?
Yes.
When did you learn Undercommon? What? I've known this the whole time.
Yes, I thought it best not to say in case you and
Oh,
Joril
God.
were up to anything, but
Cool.
I figured it's a
Okay.
language anyone around us is least likely to know.
That's true. I would assume that also.
Are you alright?
No. I'm very not alright. Okay. He looks like he doesn't. Okay, hold on. This is a lot to take in all of a sudden.
We can do Thieves' Cant if you prefer it, or just take
No,
longer.
this is fine. We don't. No, that would be stupid. This is already going to be very stupid.
Kyro,
Yes.
what is this? What are you planning?
He looks upset. How do you think I feel about you?
I mean,
Bum, bum.
I'd like to think we are allies.
Mm-hmm.
I think you are surprised that I know Undercommon.
Yep. Those are true things.
I think you must Well, assume that I trust you enough not to kill you when you wake me up at this time.
Mm-hmm. That is something I sort of did assume. Kind of.
Did I pass?
Pass what?
I know whatever test this is.
This isn't a test. Okay. How do I put this in terms that make sense to... I have been flirting with you.
Yes, that I did notice. And then I punched your brother. And then you seemed to be quite cozy with that randomer we found in Little Shade.
What?
The tiefling woman.
Right. What about that?
I mean, you were flirting with me, and then I punched your brother, and you seemed displeased, and you seemed to have moved on.
No. What? Why? Okay, hold on. Why do you think that?
Because you slept with her.
Right. And that means... What exactly?
I'm very confused as to why we're having this conversation.
I'm also confused. That's why we're having the conversation. I find you very confusing, is what I'm saying. Honestly, I think I understand that maybe our cultures are very different, and that might have something to do with what's going on or not going on. And so I decided that not asking you about it would be foolish. So I decided to talk to you more now.
Right. Maybe we should switch to common. My undercommon maybe is getting a bit rusty.
Okay.
Actually, maybe thieves can't. I mean, common would be a
That-
terrible idea. Well, literally, like, you know, anyone could be listening in.
I really don't care who knows at this point. Honestly, I thought I was being very, very obvious. Which is why I was very confused about you not telling me anything about your opinion on the matter.
On what matter?
Me being interested in you on a deeper level.
I feel like we're getting somewhere.
Okay. Good.
Look, Kyro, we are about to head into what is probably going to kill us both. Definitely me.
Yeah. Not into that, by the way.
No. It's not how I would have had things either, but perhaps this is a conversation for
For
when
never?
and if we survive.
Okay. So, alright, I'll talk about this later. Next thing I needed to talk about was Arthrin.
What about him?
You don't want to tell him about his cousin. Why is that? Exactly.
Because he'll be reckless. I'm still talking in Undercommon, by the way.
Okay.
Because he'll be reckless, do something stupid, and get himself killed. Look,
We're already doing something reckless and stupid that will probably get us all killed.
and I'd rather it wasn't any worse. We already assume Anya is alive. If he knows that she is, and by the time that we get there she is not, how do you think he'll react?
Poorly, but she could be dead when we get there, regardless of what we tell him.
But at least then he's half prepared for it. I don't want to
Wait,
get his hopes
what?
up.
Oh, you don't want to tell him because it'll get his hopes up.
Yes. And
We're
If we
already
don't-
working under the assumption she's alive, though. Otherwise, we wouldn't be doing this.
the hope that she's alive. If we go charging in straight into the Syndicate's front gates, everyone will die. And if he knows she's alive, he may feel pressured to act stupidly like that. I know that time is important and this is a matter of urgency, but we need to be tactful about it as well. And that means taking a little bit longer than we could for a much higher success rate.
It makes so much sense. I think we should tell him, though, anyway. And by we, I mean you and Yell and Ella.
Ella,
She knows, right? I was under the impression she knew.
I don't think so. Although her and Yell are pretty close, you might have told her.
Whatever. The point is, you asked me about my brother and if someone kidnapped and tortured him or whatever and what I would do.
You would rather be
Um,
told.
Well, more importantly, if my allies had kept that information from me, I would have a hard time trusting them. Again. Forever, maybe.
And what if he never finds out we kept it from him? I say we talk to Yell. It was his
Alright.
information.
Also, I think it's important to, ask everyone what they think's going on. Also, who is this Kalen guy? Also,
Kylan, he took me in when I was running from the Syndicate
okay.
for a while. He's a good man. He worked for the Empire. He knows a fair bit about the Syndicate already. But if it comes to it, and for whatever reason, we need to be kept secret from the Empire as well, he won't betray us.
Does he have a relationship with the Syndicate in some way, or is he just like a spy who watches them?
I mean, he's retired now. It was his job to keep the peace and eliminate any threats to the Empire, the Syndicate being one of them, not that they're too commonly known. So they are his enemies. And though he's retired, he feels duty-bound to see it through now that they're active again.
Okay. And they aren't aware of him?
Not that I'm aware of, but, I mean, they're a network of spies, so who knows?
Okay.
Okay.
Kyro, I hadn't ruled out the idea.
Of what?
Of you and me. But we've got a lot to get through first.
He just sort of nods and he looks surprised. I think he's trying not to smile, maybe? Not very hard, though.
Let's speak to Yell in an hour or two. I give him a wink and then I go back in.
Okay. All right. So do you want to talk through the conversation with Yell, or is that something we can say is just done, or how do you want to do this?
I say yeah. Well, when everyone's kind of due to be woken up, if we kind of wake up Yell a bit earlier, like just first,
Yeah, sure.
I'll do it.
Have to do it just before Brüz wakes up. She'll be at the crack of dawn.
Yeah.
I'd like to talk to you.
I flick him on the nose.
Yeah, well, yeah.
Outside with us now.
Pop the bubble, but sure.
You walk outside, and the sphere fades away as you do so.
They won't notice, and they're still asleep.
We need to tell
He says
everyone
half
about
asleep.
Anya.
I want to roll to see if I'm asleep.
Let's wait
Yeah.
until. Shall we move away first?
Okay.
Nuru pretends to be asleep.
What were you rolling? Just tell me.
I was rolling like Constitution.
What did you roll?
She rolled like the dice roll was an 18. I need to pull up her character sheet.
So I'd interpret that as your body kind of resisting the sudden drop in temperature, meaning that you stay asleep.
What?
Yep.
That's the opposite of what I wanted.
Okay.
Snapping awake because of a sudden drop in temperature is a failed con save.
You can choose failure, though.
No.
Failure's always an option
Yeah, if that's a
in
thing.
D&D.
I'm gonna say no to this one.
Oh, fine.
All right.
Choose to fail.
Fine.
Yeah.
You have to prepare to fail.
Her.
You gotta set
her
yourself up
fur
to fail.
keeps her all snugly warm.
Okay.
Let's talk out of earshot.
Okay.
Yeah. Once we're out of earshot,
We can
I immediately...
switch to Elvish as well. I don't think anyone else knows it.
Fine.
Do you know Elvish, Kyro?
Yes.
Oh, that works.
We should tell everyone about Anya and whatever's going on. And honestly, I need to know more about the situation, I think. Like, I need to know everything that you have talked to her about. She is literally being tortured for information. Or
I know she's being.
something.
I know she's being tortured for information. That's why I only ask questions. I didn't give any information.
You can learn a lot from the questions people ask.
You can also
Anyway.
learn a lot from refusing to answer.
Sure. Yes, you can learn a lot from a person's interactions with another person. Yes.
Let's just tell him what questions we asked Anya.
I think there
No,
was.
like I said, I think we should talk to everyone about this. Like, why aren't we?
Because Arthrin's an idiot. He'll get foolhardy and reckless and kill us all.
He's, what, 20-something? I can't tell.
As am I.
How old is he? You're the same age, then. What makes you more of an adult than him?
Because I've made the mistake before.
The mistake of what, exactly?
Acting recklessly and foolhardily with hope.
I don't know, maybe you should give him a chance to do that
Look
before
who's
you go
projecting.
telling him, just deciding what he's going to be like about a situation. And if he is stupid, we can just knock him out. He's probably not going to end up being that useful anyway.
But when he wakes up, he'll still be stupid.
So, he'll also probably be restrained.
If we tell him, I should tell him.
Sure, I don't care who. And also, we
If-
should tell everyone. This includes Ella and the cat lady and your friend or whatever. We're going into a situation where we could all die. We need to be on the same page about things. We need to know what information we have. Like, if there's some sort of tactical reason why we need to separate information, such as in the event one of us gets captured and then subsequently tortured, that's something that we should also talk about, because that could happen. We need to figure things out before we go into a deadly situation and we're surrounded by people who might want to kill us and or be watching us at all times.
They probably are watching us at all times.
Yes! We need to have our shit together before we go into a place full of people who want to kill us.
Yeah, we do.
There's a slide of
That's-
shale behind you.
What
Like
I'm
the place that your camp guy is like at the edge of the road, and it's like slate-like stone in little pieces scattered all around the rocks. And there's a big shh as a bunch scatters from behind where you guys are huddled at the moment.
Do I
What?
see anything?
Yep, you do. It's Arthrin.
Crap, dice.
Is it dawn yet?
Arthrin has scuttled behind one of the rocks that actually you had your little foray
Well.
with the bandits last night. He's trying to stay out of sight. He's not sure. He's kind of slightly
Yikes.
huddled.
He's failed.
Come out, Arthrin. I know you're there.
What? Oh, fuck. He kind of dejectedly kind of straightens up and walks around the boulder with his arms folded. What are you guys talking about?
You and me need to do some more training.
I mean, I woke up because it suddenly got really cold, and you guys are talking in. What is that?
We're
like-
having a meeting about a meeting that we're going to have when everyone's awake.
Oh, okay.
This is the meeting preamble.
Shall I wake everyone else up?
Probably. Are you all rested?
That would be good, Arthrin, if you wouldn't mind.
Yeah,
We'll
sure.
just finish up here.
He
Okay.
probably knows you've been talking about him because you probably heard his name at least.
Yes, he's one of the bullet points of the meeting.
Um,
What are we doing, Yell?
you watch Arthur turn and wake everybody else up.
Listen, I respect you both, but you're being idiots. Idiots!
I disagree.
Okay, cool. We both disagree with each other. We're going to talk about it like civilized people.
Ella, you get stirred from your sleep by Arthrin. Morning. Looks like we're Oh, sorry. Hi. You okay? You okay?
Yeah. What? What? Is it morning already?
You've got your hair's all over your face. It's Arthrin, by the way.
Oh, hang on.
You can reply to this message.
Not funny. Too early in the morning for humour.
Nuri, you feel a kind of gentle sort of push on your right shoulder as Arthrin wakes you up.
She
It's
makes
the same.
like one of those cat startup noises, like, you know?
Yeah. I know.
Yeah.
Wow.
And then she yawns, and it's really cute at first until like half her face, like, you know?
Yeah.
Oh,
And it's like, what?
take me wrong.
All right.
What?
Brüz,
Where are we going?
Brüz
Good
kind of
morning.
kicks her hoof a bit
Mhm.
and mutters quietly, No, sun's not up yet.
Apparently, there's a meeting, Bruce. I don't know what about.
No.
I didn't do it.
What?
Bruce.
I didn't do it, whatever it was.
Me neither.
Bruce, the sun's pretty much up, man.
We could have waited.
Oh. Okay.
Well, it's not
Are-
really,
are we,
but
are
it
we
is.
making an early trek or something?
I think the others want to talk about something.
Oh. Oh, fabulous. Well,
So,
where are we going? Where are they?
Over there.
like,
Points in
Why
the.
are we having a meeting early in the morning?
Look, guys. I don't know. Okay, they're
I
whispering.
forgot breakfast.
Maybe
Could
you
someone
can
cook him breakfast?
listen. Why don't I?
Bruce pulls a
I
good
kinda
berry
look for
out of his
some-
coat, hands it
so-
to
I can
To Ella.
like rustle.
Have that, Ella. That'll settle your stomach. And he puts one himself.
Thank you.
Okay.
He's got a good berry.
Ah, okay.
Hands one to like toasts a good berry to Nuru. Cheers. Cheers, good morning.
She graciously takes it.
Yeah. Those berries are crazy.
How about what's his name? It's not Kalen, right? Something else.
Yeah,
Kylan.
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 Kylan
Okay.
stirs
Well,
up as well. Thank you for the reminder.
Right that.
Gets up like,
Kylan.
yeah, it's chilly. I take it everyone else is awake then.
Mm-hmm.
Uh-huh.
Just give me a few minutes to put on my armor.
I'm just gonna wait till everyone's sort of in one
Brüz will offer to
area.
help. The fellow put on. Would you like some help, over?
Oh well.
Did Kyro head
Thank you,
back,
yes.
or is it still me, Kyro, and
Wherever we're meeting, I guess we're having it now. The meeting.
while Arthrin went back, Eirys. That was when Eirys was like, "What are we doing?"
Kyro has notes.
Still out of earshot, still an elvish.
Yeah.
Hope is the brightest shield and the sharpest damn dagger.
I don't know what the fuck you're going on about with hope and everything. Honestly, this is about fucking tactics.
As you said
Arthrin
earlier, Kyro, we come from two
thinks
very
with hope.
different cultures.
Yeah. Listen,
If-
hope's great. But
Hope is also deadly.
sure, yes, agreed. That's something our cultures have in common, I suppose.
If we're going to tell everybody, let me speak to Arthrin separately.
Sure.
I can try
Sure.
and minimize the damage.
Yes. Okay. But then I need to say things. But yes, you and Arthrin go talk.
Brüz walks over to where they're all standing.
Yeah.
And says, "Are we having the meeting here?"
We'll come to you shortly. Just give
Just
us a
wherever
moment.
everyone is where the meeting will be.
So not here.
So yeah, here. No, here's fine. Here's fine. Just stay right
Oh.
here.
Okay.
And Brüz molds Earth a chair underneath himself.
Thank you.
Easy enough.
Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Upon seeing that, Arthur's going to walk over.
Yeah.
Are you okay with this?
I don't know. Ideally, I wouldn't. But
Why is
circumstances
everything
change.
so tense?
Yeah, no
We've
worries.
all just woken up.
What's your
Sorry,
name
I
again?
missed that. The cat was
My
talking.
name's Nehru Blunderbottom.
Just gonna write that down.
Yeah.
And then she spells it out for you.
What's going on, everyone?
I'm looking at Yal. I didn't catch what he said.
Yal's eyes flicker black for a second and then just, yeah, go on.
Arthrin,
Yeah.
let's take a walk. Just you and I.
Oh. This
I
this
just
is fu-
grab his arm and walk off.
this is fucking weird. Okay. Okay.
You got this!
Well, thank you.
They're like, the ship is sailing.
And there's like, thumbs up, like,
This is not going to be a fun walk.
Okay.
Okay.
So,
Oh.
what do we want to do first? Do you
I
want to do
thought
the
the
group or-
meeting
I
was
think
going
the
to
group-
be here.
The group first, and
Yes.
Sure thing. Go for it.
They're having a separate meeting. And then they're going
I
to
thought
come
we
here
were-
for the big meeting.
Oh, this is a preliminary meeting before a meeting.
Yes.
Yeah,
there-
we just had a meeting for this meeting for the meeting
Newer
that's about to
races
happen.
again.
oh, bloody
Oh.
hell.
We're very, very efficient.
does sound
We're such
most
an
efficient.
efficient
Nehru keeps
group.
raising her hand.
Yes, Nuru.
Is someone in trouble?
No. Well, yes.
but we'll get to that when the meeting starts.
Okay. Well,
Why is Arthrin in trouble?
We're just gonna Eirys and Arthrin can have their scene, and then we will have the rest of our conversations.
okay.
I don't want to keep going like this.
Okay.
forever.
No, that's
Okay.
fine. That's fine. That's fine. All right, we'll skip over to Eirys and Arthrin.
Oh, it's us. Okay. Okay.
Eirys,
Um,
Eirys, what the fuck's happening? This is some weird, sketchy shit. What?
Hey, there's a look. There's a random boulder here. Let's have a seat.
He stays stood and he cocks his head to the left and his eyes narrow. Eirys.
Just sit.
He sits down.
I sit down next to him. So, you know, magic is pretty weird.
Eirys, what the fuck is going on?
Yell has learnt the ability to message like Ella does, but much further.
Yeah, I know. I've seen him use it. Didn't you have like some argument with him in the tavern and on the road? And he's been sending you
Yes.
messages.
He can go
Bullshit.
even further than that, though.
Okay.
And he's told me that he's made contact with Anya.
His eyes just kind of suddenly like he's been like wryly amused by how weird this all is, also with a bit of an edge, and his facade completely drops and suddenly it's just forlorn expression. He goes a little bit pale. Oh god.
She's alive.
Ah. Okay. Holy shit.
For now.
Since when? Since when? Since when has Arthrin been able? Since when has Yell been able to do this?
I don't know. I'm not sure when it was.
How long has he been messaging her? Has she been able to reply? What's she been saying?
She has. We've asked her for information. Yell's asked her for information, and she doesn't know much. They're keeping it.
But
all
she's
like-
alive?
She's alive, yes. But Arthrin, the Syndicate have her, and what we were talking about this morning was we didn't want to get your hopes up. It's good that she's alive, but... And obviously we're going to get there as quickly as we can, but I'm worried that if you get your hopes up and things take a turn for the worse.
Oh my god. Okay. Oh Christ. It would have been great if you had just let me know about that before now, but I suppose it's better that you're telling me now before we go into the Dragon's Den. Oh my god. I have so many questions. Does Yell know where she is? Can we go straight to where she's being held?
We don't know where. Hopefully Kylan's friend will help us there.
Yeah, right. I mean, come on. There's how many of us are there with Kylan and his contact and all of us? Surely we'll be able to do this, right? This is going to be fine. We'll get her out. It won't be a problem.
Probably like a few thousand Syndicate members, sure. Those are odds.
I mean, Eirys, if she's still alive, then there's a chance, isn't there?
It means that they want her alive for something, and that's a good thing. I don't know what it is, but clearly she's useful to them alive, so let's hope it stays that way.
We need to get moving. We need to get into the city. We need to find where she is.
Arthrin, I want you to make me a promise.
What?
That you won't let this knowledge of Anya make you act rashly and recklessly.
He stands up. Why are we here, Eirys? I thought it was because you would commended to come with me to help save my cousin. This is the exact purpose and the reason that we're here, isn't it?
It is.
As long as we work together, everything will be fine. Thank you for telling me
long
she's
as we're-
alive. That's great. I'm deeply indebted to you for finding that information out. And But that means that we're on the right path. That means that we're doing the right thing.
Arthrin, just promise me. Please.
I promise to do everything in my power to rescue my cousin.
Yeah, I'd say the same.
Promise me you won't be reckless.
Eirys, I don't know what you mean by that. If you mean going into the center of the Syndicate's territory, then yes, I'm going to be reckless by walking through those city gates.
But smartly, and to get there as quickly as we can without ruining our chances.
Why do you think that you're with me?
To make you promise not to do stupid things, apparently.
Oh my god. Eirys, of course I want to be careful about this. I'm going to be as careful as I can, but I know it's going to be dangerous. I know what it could mean.
Well, that's about as good as I expected. Yell's the one who spoke to her. If you have questions, he's probably the best one to ask.
He turns and he walks away.
And under the bus, Yell goes.
Here we go. It's meeting time.
It's kind of sad that he won't know that Kyro was standing up for him.
Whatever. Anyway.
He squares right up, and you guys, the rest of you, just see him jump, pacing straight towards you. He stands right.
The meeting's about to start.
He kind of
Good.
he kind of stands right in front of Yell. He folds his arms and he goes, "Where is she?"
Hey. No, we're doing a meeting. Sit. Over there.
Brüz puts a mold-earth
Who's
chair
she?
under Arthrin. And everybody else who's been sort of standing around with Brüz.
Yeah.
He's crafted some mold-earth chairs for everybody.
Okay. So a little bit of a outdoor council
A little
chamber sort of
circle.
deal. Yeah.
A little table.
Sure.
Something to put things down on, for somewhere for Kyro's notepad.
Couple of spare good berries.
My
Yeah.
God.
He's
Does anybody want one? Yell. Would you like
Yes.
a good berry?
Yeah, sure. Cheers, Brüz.
Eirys shows up.
Here we go.
After Arthrin.
Okay, good. Everyone is here now. Great. Okay. Is there anyone here who anyone else isn't willing to, trust with their lives at this point? Personally, for me, it's the cat and this new guy. But
Well, I mean, I haven't known you that long. I guess that makes sense.
does anybody else have anyone who they aren't sure about? Let's get that out in the open right now.
I mean, I don't really trust anyone with my life, but definitely not the cat.
What have I done?
I don't know you. I don't know why you're here.
Nobody knows you or your
no,
motives.
that's Nuru.
Yes, and
He's a
that's why
friend of
I'm.
mine.
You could ask me what my motives are. I'm
Okay.
happy to share them.
Do you know why we're going to the city?
I have no clue, because nobody's told me anything.
Do you know about the syndicate?
I know that it sounds like a gang.
Let's back up. Okay, so like I said, are we okay with disclosing all information to the people here present now?
Kylan kind of perps up. He goes, "Well, all of you have companions of Eirys. You've been keeping her safe. I consider you all capable. That's exactly what influenced my decision and reinforced my decision to go back to Trine in the first place.
Mm-hmm.
I would fight alongside you,
Right.
yes."
What are you guys up to, anyway? Like,
Apparently,
it sounds like some spy shit.
Human
Yo,
trafficking.
are you cool with the cat?
Oh, well, that's no good.
Through all
I
of
ain't
this,
for
Yell's
that.
eyes are
I
just
trust
flickering
Brüz
between
enough.
red and black.
okay.
Okay. Are you okay, actually? You seem weird.
What? Yeah, I'm fine.
Okay. Well, I trust you at least. Okay. Brüz, you're the one who's friends
Yes.
with the cat, yes? I trust you. You can vouch for the
good.
cat, yes? No.
I certainly can. She's
Okay.
She's very capable and quite
Eirys
polite.
trusts that guy, so... And everyone else is cool. Ella? Ella,
Yeah.
you haven't said anything. Are you cool with what's happening? I just need to make sure everyone's cool.
Okay. Okay.
Are you cool?
Yep. Kyro? Yep.
We cool.
Arthrin says, "Listen, guys, if you're going to turn back now, what was the point of joining me this far? We knew it was dangerous when we set out, didn't we?"
I didn't.
That's why we're discussing this issue of, are we willing to trust everyone here with
I mean,
our lives?
I know
Because-
adventuring's dangerous, but I don't even know what y'all are doing.
Yeah, we're going to tell you now. And it's...
Okay, I'm listening.
I don't know why you've been here this whole time without knowing. But that's your
Well,
business.
because traveling with companions is safer than not, and you seem alright.
We're going into
but-
a city that's controlled by an evil organization that probably
going to be
wants
very
dominate
exciting.
this region of the world, and they've kidnapped this guy's cousin and are torturing her.
Okay, slow
Information.
down. Slow down.
What?
Okay.
Yeah, one thing at a time.
Yes.
So, there's an evil organization
Yes.
called the Syndicate.
Yes.
They've got griffins.
They have Scruffy's cousin.
Yes. His name is Arthrin, by the way.
That's right, my name is Arthrin.
You're Scruffy.
Okay, whatever. Get why you're allowed to have a nickname.
But the cousin was taken by a griffin, being ridden by another person.
Yes, a person that belongs to an organization called the
Yeah,
Syndicate.
because if it was just a griffin, then that means that she was probably being taken to a nest to be fed to some young, and that's bad. At that point, like, I'd just be
Sure.
like, she's gone, dude.
Eirys,
Well-
you notice Arthrin just kind of slowly close his eyes and just raise a hand to his forehead and just lean down.
And then she notices and she's like, sorry, just, anyway,
Anyway, do you understand the situation better? Also, they want to kill Eirys.
why do they want to kill Eirys?
I don't know.
Loose ends.
Did things.
What'd you do?
We'll worry about that later.
But no, seriously, what'd you do? Why do they want to kill you?
I hardly think that's any of your business.
Well, I mean, if I'm gonna be risking my life to help you, maybe it is.
I never asked you to. This isn't what this meeting's about.
This meeting, Arthrin says, is about us being okay with going into a dangerous place to rescue my cousin.
Yes.
We've made it 95% of the way. This is the last hurdle. Those gates over that next crest.
No, this meeting is about what are we going to do in there. Specifically. Like, for example, do any of you guys know how to deal with when you get captured and are tortured by people who want things from you?
No.
Have any of you
I
experienced
usually
this?
just,
takes
walk
off his
away
shirt.
before that.
Whoa.
Yell takes off his shirt.
And you
Kylan.
just see scars
Never blushes.
and just all kinds of torture marks. Yeah,
And then she
I know.
winces.
Good. Maybe you can tell these people about it. How to deal with that, because we should probably figure out
Bruce
that.
sees the
Because there's a very real
the
possibility
scars,
that
goes,
any one of us
"Oh," and
could end
pulls
up in Anya's
his kilt
position.
on one leg and shows a bunch of scratches and scars across his legs from where sort of things
If I
have
get
stuck in
captured,
as
I'm
he's
gonna
walking around.
pretend I don't know y'all.
Sure, okay.
Does that work?
Yeah,
Except for me, you do know me.
Yeah, but if I get captured, then isn't it in
Also-
everyone's best interest that I not, like, rat you out?
right. Also, let's back up again. Yell, your discussions with Anya. Please tell the rest of us about that.
Arthrin looks up.
well,
Be as specific as possible.
I can be as specific as a 25-word response that she gave where she doesn't know much. She's alive. She's hanging on to the hope that we rescue her. I didn't give a timeline. I didn't say how many. I've just said me, and that I'm on my way. So if
Okay, good.
so, they don't know numbers. They don't have a timeline.
They just know you.
They just know if they know me at all.
Right.
There's no way of knowing if they've intercepted the spell or not. It's pretty hard to intercept a message to the mind.
There's no way of knowing what she's told.
Does she know who you are? Yell?
We've met a couple times. Helped with the
Oh.
town before she got kidnapped.
Mm-hmm.
That's how I was able to send the
didn't-
message in the first place.
So you didn't mention anyone
Oh, I
else,
see.
just you.
Just me.
Okay. Good.
You said we though, so she knows
There is an
us.
implication that there's more people. Okay.
She
I
could
think-
assume that that's just and
I think-
Arthrin, though.
Should send her
Maybe.
Mm-hmm.
another message. Enough that she still has hope, but that if the syndicate get hold of the information, it'll put them off of our trail a bit.
False information.
That's actually something I wanted to talk about, yes. But first, has Anya given you any information about her situation beyond that she's alive and hopeful? Like, has she said anything about her surroundings or the people who are trying to get information from her? Like, what questions have they been asking her?
She has no clue of where she is or what they've been asking. They've been messing with her, trying to get the information without her talking.
What?
She doesn't think it's going great because they're still going for the information.
You said they were magicians?
She said there's 2 magic users and a bunch of armed guards. That's all she's.
Well, if there's magic users, then like
If they
can-
haven't been verbally asking her questions, and they aren't just doing this for fun, they're probably getting into her mind somehow.
That's a lot
shit.
harder than you think.
False information.
Sure, it's hard, but days.
And she's still
Yeah,
alive,
people can do
meaning that she
rituals
still
and
has the
stuff.
information they need.
Mm-hmm.
And if they're like an evil syndicate, they probably have all sorts of black market bullshit, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Black market shit doesn't work.
Well, like, I mean, they'd be able to get the good stuff, right?
looks like
I don't know how this works.
If they're trying to get things out of her mind, you talking to her might be something they've picked up on.
A zone of truth in a command spell can be used to get it out of your mind without you knowing. That still comes out your mouth.
Kylan stands up. This is unconventional, but perhaps it's best that we did have a session in which we could share what was going on freely before we headed into Trine City. It was a good idea to do this. But remember, I have a contact. He has some information regarding where the syndicate might be. It's difficult to know for sure.
Yes, you did
How
mention a
trustworthy
contact.
is he?
I would
More
trust...
importantly, do you think he might be watched?
Oh, everyone in Trine City is watched. But I trust that
Cool.
halfling with my life.
Right.
Do you trust his good at being sneakiness?
As sneaky as a halfling could possibly be, even if he is,
That's racist.
Wow.
excuse me. Wasn't my intent.
I'm kidding. I'm giving you a bad time. Sorry.
That's alright. Anyway, perhaps our first port of call should be the Wretched Flask Tavern, and then perhaps, seeing as how
Awesome
sensitive this...
name.
Well,
How
it's a-
likely is it that you're probably going to, like, be a target at Kaylin?
that
Do you think?
I don't know. It's true that I am a known quantity amongst the knights of the Uthalian Empire. It's true that I have made a career of chasing after those shadows, but yeah, he kind of fades away.
Alright, so here's what I think I could help out with. I can talk to plants and animals, right? So even in a big city like that, there's gonna be like rats and pigeons and shit, and little daisies growing out of the pavement. They may or may not be paying attention to all that. They might pick up on things. So I'm gonna be trying to establish my own little spy network of, I don't know how well it'll go, but I can try.
Arthrin.
I can certainly help with that too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Arthrin looks between Nura and Brüz. That sounds all right. That sounds like a start.
Depending on what this halfling has to tell us, we might have a lot. We should definitely talk again after this halfling meeting.
Especially if we can find some crows. Like, they're smart.
Yes, they're very, very clever.
DM.
Yes.
From
Hi.
my knowledge of the Syndicate, do I know any kind of hidden entryways into like the Syndicate territory, like any sewer entrances or like empty buildings?
I'll give you a history check with advantage. Why not?
Okay.
It's the first dice roll of the year.
Good.
Wow, we're only
18.
like an hour in.
Yeah, man. Say again, sorry.
18.
18. You know that, particularly in the lower parts of the city, the Syndicate had uses for the network of sewers that run underneath the city. That much you remember. In terms of like external entrances into the city, you're fairly sure that if you were to scale the outside of walls of the lower city, you'd be able to find a kind of alcove where the sewage system exits and empties into the water systems beyond.
Okay.
In terms of specifics, nothing major, but you just feel like you know that that's what the Syndicate use, so you know that there must be some way.
Mm. Okay.
Okay.
What are you gonna do about... And she motions at Eirys and, like, her whole self, like... I mean, they're probably gonna recognize you if you're, like, one of their loose ends.
Yep.
You gotta
Have you
change that
considered
face.
Perhaps a haircut.
I mean,
I'm not cutting my hair.
Well, they wouldn't expect it.
I'd still
can
look like
grow
me
hair
just with
back.
shorter hair.
Kylan
But
says,
you'd never cut your hair, and they know that about you.
Kylan kind of...
You could always put
Oh,
in,
okay.
like, you gotta style it different at least.
She just looks at you like stupid. She's just like got that look of like, what are you gonna say?
Surrounded by idiots.
Yeah, that kind of like expression.
You could always try to be a beggar. No one wants to look at beggars.
That might not be a bad choice. I was anticipating that we would just join the masses of travelers going in and out of the city at the main gate, hiding in the crowd, but maybe
We're a very odd group of people.
well,
We stand out.
But we don't need to. All
No,
of
we don't
those of
have
us
to.
who are very
You have a
individual
your cloak
looking
is magical.
have the capacity to conceal ourselves.
Mhm.
I'm pretty sure Yell can disguise himself need be, as can I.
I'm just
Nuru and
gonna
I
be
can
the weird
also
pigeon lady. It
turn
doesn't matter
into,
if I stick out.
animals. You could bring a moose through.
I
No one would
Probably
look
better
sideways
if
at
I
a
just
moose.
be someone's dog or a horse or something.
Geese.
Oh yes, other
We have a
things as well.
goose.
Yes.
I already have a horse.
Well, you could have another horse.
But yeah, not attracting attention's good. Figuring out the best way to do that is something we should think about.
I can't be an animal very long, though, so...
Also, we might be able to use the fact that Anya is being questioned and you being able to tell her things to our advantage, possibly.
I have some ideas.
By all means, share.
I think we tell her that Eirys fled after the Syndicate attack. They won't be looking for me or expect me, and they'll assume you have not much information of the Syndicate.
That might be weird to suddenly bring up, though. They might
Yeah.
find that suspicious.
I'm not saying just say that. As part of an update. Arthrin stayed in Trinstone to help defend the town when it was left defenseless, hoping that would bring her back. And Yell, Ella, and Kyro are on the way. That will hopefully make them underestimate our numbers. And we
like
could
this.
say that we're still at we've just reached the crossroads, the market at the crossroads by the river.
Mhm.
So we're about 3 or 4 days away.
Now that part of the plan I like. I have a few notes. 1, they only know about Yell right now. I think that's good. I think it makes sense for us to say that Arthrin's with him because they're related and it would make sense for him to go in. And I want Ella to be with those two because she can, communicate with us magically over distances in case they need help. Also, I'm better at hiding than Ella for sure, and so are you. And Brüz also is kind of good at hiding, and who even knows what this cat's about?
She can be quite stealthy when required. We've
Okay.
wandered
In short
through the
bursts.
woods for
You can also turn into
for many-
animals, which is good. People
Yeah.
don't think animals are important usually.
That's true. They're wrong.
Mhm. Also, I do like the part of the plan where you suggest that we're coming later than when we say.
Mhm.
But
Not so long that she loses hope, but long enough that they won't expect
Something
us
else.
so soon.
what if we told her that we're coming sooner, or rather a specific day, because they might, and with a lot of people maybe, or something that might make them want to move her, because we don't know where she is yet, unless this halfling knows where she is or something. But in the event that we don't know where she is, moving her would be would make it easier to find her, actually.
We also don't want them to over prepare if they do find out,
Mm.
because then we're just making the job 10 times harder for ourselves.
That's true.
Once we know how we're getting there, we should tell them we're approaching from a different side.
Yeah.
I
But
think
to
the
be fair,
idea
they
is
might not
tell
find
her-
out any of
Tell
this.
her less than more. For a person persuaded to tell somebody something they don't know will more likely make something up to save themselves than give out the truth and be believed.
Yes.
She's better off not knowing. Her confusion and her uncertainty will make our approach less consistent and detectable.
I like what he's saying.
Confusion is our ally. The traveler wills us all forward.
Nod, nod.
That sounds good.
Kylan pipes up. I don't know of this traveller, but I think it is a good idea that perhaps we go in dribs and drabs into the city. Maybe all of us as one group would be, as you say, conspicuous. Why don't
Yeah,
I...
you're.
why don't
Well, I could probably be in a group with Brüz here, and we're just gonna be some weird druids.
That's true.
Arthrin and Yell should be a group just in case the Syndicate picks up on something to do with that. I don't know exactly if they.
I don't know that much about this organization, which is unfortunate because it makes it difficult to plan around what they would and would not do. But
Sometimes
just
not
assume they know
understanding
what
your
they're-
enemy is an advantage.
That doesn't
Now
make
that-
any sense.
That's stupid, I think.
That sounds like wrong.
Yeah, that's wrong.
That's
I
what
like
makes
the
it
idea
right.
of being a beggar.
Yeah.
Nobody pays beggars much attention.
Mm-hmm.
You gotta roll around in some dirt to be convincible.
Yes, thank you. I know how to disguise myself.
No, like really roll in that dirt. Get like real caked on. Especially your feet.
Seriously, why is this creature with us?
Why are you being so
She
mean?
can turn into a moose.
Yeah, can you turn into a moose? Didn't think so.
If that's
No,
true.
but I'm not trying to be a moose.
If that's true,
Just-
it
Yeah,
would be useful
'cause-
once the sword starts swinging.
Can you turn other people into animals?
No. That's
Oh.
not how that works.
That's too bad.
Well, why don't I give us all directions to the tavern, and that way when we break
I
up.
can make people real sneaky though.
Also, it's possible there's an ambush. I mean, I know you said you trust this halfling with your life, but personally, I don't trust you. Mostly because,
That's wise.
again,
No,
just met you.
I understand. I understand.
I do trust Eirys, and she trusts you, but I don't trust who you trust by proxy.
Of course. Of course.
Well, I don't know very much about y'all, but you're trying to help someone, and I can't rightly leave someone in danger, so I guess I'm gonna help you.
So, in the event that this meeting is an ambush of some sort, I vote some of us meet with the halfling.
I would love to meet a halfling.
Well, I'm
Again,
definitely
it should
going to
probably
him.
be
He's-
Yell
he's my
and
contact.
Arthrin at least. And I would prefer if Ella was with them, so that in the event it is an ambush, we would know about it.
Right.
How many entrances are
What's
there?
that,
to the
Ella?
city?
Does she seem like okay with this? She's been quiet.
Ella has been sitting quietly, listening and concentrating on what everyone's saying, thinking.
Ella's my favorite
Brüz,
person.
Brüz uses the mold earth to just raise Ella's chair up a bit more, realizing that he'd made them all the same height. Oh,
Yeah.
sorry, Ella.
Oh, thank you. Now I can see a bit better. Thanks.
Your feet are now dangling.
I start swinging them.
Cool. So, yeah, Kylan kind of stands up. Well, it looks like we have some kind of semblance of a plan as to how we approach the city. And breaking us up for the rendezvous with Slip, well, I appreciate that you want to be as safe as you can, but mightn't it be advised that you all receive the information at the same time?
Be ironic if we didn't.
I would assume that we would share the information at some point, probably.
But there's
Are we not all
afterwards.
meeting? Are we not all meeting at a space?
Squints
in
at
there
him.
to
Like, why do you
meet
want us all to be
this
in one
halfling?
place at one time?
Yeah,
Squints.
Niru's suspicious too.
Okay, if you want to make an insight check, crack on.
I'm just suspicious of him regardless.
Okay,
I want to do an insight on him.
go for it.
Some
Okay, that is a. What's my insight? That's a 16.
16. Just bear with me. Okay, so he seems on the level. He's genuine when he says that he is obviously a friend of Eirys, and that he is he considers you guys to be capable based on the fact that Eirys is safe, and you get the sense that he's impressed by all of you, and that you get the sense that he's pleased that you guys are thinking about a stealthy approach, but also that he genuinely feels that a meeting at one place once you're inside the city makes sense, just for the sake of efficient sharing of information.
Yeah.
Also, I'd like to decide upon a meeting point once we're in the city. Like, where we can expect to see each other again.
Well, if I mean, again, I appreciate that you don't trust me, but I did have a meeting arranged at the Wretched Flask with Slip. That seems about
Yes, yeah, no, that's to meet someone to get information from them. I mean, like, a rendezvous point in the event that things go bad.
Outside of that place.
I see.
Yeah. And not just with...
As a fallback or as a pre-meeting meeting?
Yeah. I mean, we could just all agree to meet back here.
That would be wise. Perhaps if we are compromised, the best place to be would be out of the city.
Yes.
There's a tavern just down the road from the city.
Yeah. We don't have to decide everything right now. I mean, we're probably going to get more information once we talk to the halfling. And we can talk again then. We just should be careful.
Arthrin turns to Eirys. What tavern's that?
The Willow's Rest.
Willow's Rest. How? I mean, I guess you're from around here. Of course, you'd know. All right.
It's just down the road, outside the city.
Are we going to go by it this morning?
Stop in first, perhaps.
Are we
It
going
does sound
to
a lovely place.
I
It was
think
the
we're
one
going
that
to meet
I
with the
addressed the letter
halfling.
to.
Nuru raises
okay.
her hand.
But I don't know if it's this road or if it's another road out the city.
Nuru raises
Make
her
a survival check for directions.
Where are we? Oh, that's cocked, but that was like a natural 20.
Yes, Nuru.
I was just thinking, if this meeting's coming
18.
to an end, I think I might go foraging for some stuff to feed to the pigeons to ingratiate myself to them.
Okay. If you want to do that, Nuru, that'll be another survival check, or a nature check, your choice.
We'll leave when you
18 on the
return.
survival check. This is the main road that links Little Shade Falls with Trine City. Willow's Rest is along here, yeah.
Yes, we will pass this tavern shortly.
Well, okay. Well, I hadn't actually thought of
24.
that. Maybe it's good. 24. You feel
Yep.
fairly sure that you've got a lot of goodies that the pigeons will like. Like a good, few pounds that you put in a haversack. that you have it-
Acorns and other kind of
Yeah.
nuts and berries.
As it's something that you'll be doing as you travel towards the city and the occasional bunches of scrub that are around this kind of mountainous terrain, and you're pleasantly surprised by how much fruit there is around. You wouldn't have thought it, but you find it.
She has a little knitted bag that she's putting them all in.
Magic.
I need to know if Yo's okay.
Okay.
Eirys has been staring at Yale a lot during this conversation, like a knowing stare of some kind.
Nuru also will ask Arthrin, "Hey, by the way, what's your favorite color, Scruffy?"
Oh, my favorite color's purple.
Okay. I don't have any purple dyes right now, but I'll see what I can do.
Have you got red?
I think maybe if I weave together some red and blue, it'll look purple.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say actually. Anyway, are we gonna break off into groups then, or?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So what are the groups as you guys approach the city then?
Good question.
You said Yell and Arthrin are going to go in together.
Yeah, and I'd like, personally, if Ella was with them, assuming they're the ones who are going to go meet with the halfling.
We're all going to meet the halfling.
I'll go in alone.
Okay.
We're kind of just getting in there separately.
Oh, we're all going to be in there at the same time.
I mean, you guys
Is
will
that
arrive.
the plan?
You'll arrive at the tavern bit by bit in drips and drabs.
Okay, because out of character, we don't have to roleplay them telling us. You can just say they tell them at some point.
I'm confused. Tell them what?
No, I mean like the meeting with the halfling. Like if you're worried about a time issue, like if doing things separately, you can just say that they repeat what was said.
No, sure.
If that's why we're all going.
We have to all get inside first.
But once you're
I think
inside,
Brüz and
if you-
Nuru, we're
yeah.
going to
yeah, okay. So Brüz and Nuru will be one group. Arthrin, Ella, and Yell will be another. Eirys is going in alone.
I guess being in the same building's fine.
Kylan, he's happy to go in on his own or with Arthrin, Yell, and Ella, because he's just intending to kind of just merge in with the crowd as much as he can and make his way to the tavern. Yeah.
Who's Kyro with? Where's Kyro
I
going?
have no idea. I'm probably the most conspicuous person, so I'm either gonna go by myself or with Stanley or something.
Hashtag party conspicuous.
There's the way to slip by unnoticed. Like,
What's that?
With the diet goose.
telling me, how did this drow get through? I didn't see a drow. I did see a goose.
I don't even know if I'm gonna be able to get into this.
What?
gate.
The goose has my keys.
The monkey has my money.
I
Yeah.
mean, I would go with Eirys, but I don't want to bring attention to Eirys, if at all possible.
Okay. It's
So, I don't know. Is there a way to make me look less like a drow?
I mean, as you approach the city, someone could cast a spell on you to change your appearance, or if you had a disguise, as anybody has a disguise kit in their possession, that could be useful.
Does it?
You
Right,
should
I
have a
know.
disguise kit because you have all of your brother's things.
Oh yeah.
Hmm.
You never did send me that list.
And bards have
Well,
disguise.
he had a disguise kit.
Bards, yeah, Yell has some rudimentary stuff as well, including
Okay.
this kind of like white powder that combines with water to make a paste to perhaps go over your skin to make it look more.
Wow.
Yeah, instead you're gonna be an albino elf.
God, I hate this entire situation. I hate.
I mean, you'll be a
face.
convincing albino. You have the red eyes and everything.
That's not less conspicuous, though.
Well, at least now
Brüz-
people, instead of fearing you,
I'm just
will
gonna
pity
be.
you and
I'm
be
just
like,
gonna be
"Oh,
a
poor
drow
thing."
and deal with it.
Okay.
I'm just gonna be a drow who nobody knows.
Yeah, you
Yeah.
need to stealth.
Bruce turns to Eirys and asks,
It's a
"Are
big enough
drow
city
a
that you're
common thing
probably-
in this
It's probably
village?"
not the only drow in the whole city. It's a big
It's
city.
it's
no.
the capital city, and no drow are not common anywhere. There are drow, but not really walking the streets.
So they're
Should
not-
I
they're
just
seen
not go through the
wandering
gate?
about.
Should I just try to climb the walls? No, I'd be shot.
That would be bad.
I'd probably get shot.
Mm-hmm.
Pretend you're someone's butler.
That could work.
You could go with Mr. Empire over here.
Actually,
Oh.
Do the pretend.
Great idea.
if
I
you-
love it.
if you
'Cause
have
he's already going to be
bandages-
conspicuous anyway.
if you wrap yourself in bandages and make it look like you have wounds,
Yeah,
Then the
and then
darkness-
just wave your hands around and
darkness-
say, "Stay clear," and everyone will think you're a leper.
you can come through with Nuru and and as I can appear as a healer. I mean, I am a healer, but I can
You
appear
both are also
more like
strange,
one that they
so-
expect, and say that I am bringing
Yes.
you through for further help,
You're
You-
both
and that
incredibly
they should
also
keep their
conspicuous.
distance for safety's sake.
They have sick
Okay.
houses in the city.
Sounds like a plan.
Indeed, they do. There's a temple to Melora as well.
Cool. Okay. I will go with you two.
I'm going to.
Much
take
better.
Is there a temple or sick house that is
Mm. So as
mean,
it
a
turns
better
out,
one,
three
like
strange
an
people are
upper
less
market?
conspicuous than one. I've
mean,
learned.
Most rich people don't want sick houses on their doorsteps.
Yeah. So like.
But when the rich are sick, where do they go?
Probably the Temple of Melora.
Actually, the
Right.
story isn't important. The point is, three weird
Oh, no,
people
the
is
story
less
is very
noticeable than
important.
one by itself. So that's what is the case. All right, city time.
If I'm to
By the way,
know,
what's your favorite color, Kyro?
What? Let's just go to the city, please.
Just asking.
I'll see you guys there.
I'm just taking notes for the future.
My favorite color is red.
Thanks.
I'm going to get on my horse and gallop away.
Get
Yep.
on your horse and ride.
Until I get to the Willow's Rest Tavern, and then I'll stop there briefly.
Yeah, sure thing. That's something that
Okay.
you can do. Everybody else, I guess, will proceed on foot.
Mhm.
I'm going to guess that as you guys get closer to the city, you're going to set up any disguises that you want, break up into your groups, head out a bit at a time. Very Return of the Jedi sort of vibe to it. You guys, who's going to go first out of the groups? I mean, Eirys is obviously galloping ahead, so Eirys will get to the city first.
I'm
I
going to
was
go
gonna
to
say-
the tavern first.
Yes, yeah, definitely.
Some
And
prep.
and having heard it mentioned, if Brüz spots it on the road, he will be drawn to go in and stop, because he's sat under many a willow tree, and will happily tell the barman about that if given the chance.
I mean, as you approach this
Just-
tavern on the right hand
just
side
saying.
of the road, yeah. You go over the crest of the hill. You can see the city in the distance, half built into the mountainside and half spilled out onto the plain beyond. And as you go down the hill, the road kind of meets a crossroads with a smaller thoroughfare, and on the right hand side of the road there is this tavern, with indeed a large willow tree on the outside.
Oh, that's fabulous. I do love a willow tree. I've spent
Okay, you can
many
say
an
hi to it and
afternoon
then we can
under a
leave.
willow tree looking at the clouds. We should stop in for a moment. We've probably got not much more of a walk to go afterwards. Maroon,
I don't think
hero.
we should stop in, personally. We should
Oh,
keep-
no, we must, and Brüz walks in.
I mean, we can talk to plants. The tree might know something.
Oh, right, I forgot. Carry on.
Brüz walks in
Mm-hmm.
with his hood up and long, so he's not necessarily much more than a long white beard protruding from underneath.
Yeah.
Opens slowly and just kind of slowly walks over to the bar,
Sure.
trying not to be too loud.
Yeah, it's easy enough. That there aren't that many people. There's a couple of travelers. There's a human woman with very kind of dark brown skin, and her hair is in sort of braided sort of knots around the back of her head. Looks up. Morning.
Yes, good morning. I wonder, do you have a pot on the boil? I might like a cup of tea, if that's available.
Cup of tea this time in the morning? Might make one myself. All right, it'll be about 5 minutes. She turns around,
Thank you.
gets to work, brings you a cup. It'll be a couple copper pieces.
Brüz reaches in and grabs like 4 and just drops them down and smiles and nods and sort of just turns to carefully sort of look at the other people in the tavern.
Make a perception check.
Okay.
Eirys would have been gone by now.
Yeah. I'll double back and do some wibbly wobbly timey wimey.
So that's an un-20.
Okay.
An un-22 actually.
Okay. So there are 3 additional patrons in the bar. None of them are Eirys. Thank you for that, Jody. There's a halfling in a kind of a white undershirt with almost like a purple sort of waistcoat jacket over the top. Baggy sort of short pants, slick backed hair, a wide grin and a lute on his back. Sitting opposite a large Goliath, completely dwarfing him. His body covered with tattoos, his face completely clean shaven, and they're sort of like, they appear to be like slightly groggy, as if maybe they've had a lie-in and they're planning to move out soon. There's an additional figure in the corner, not moving very much, clad in black leathery armor. So a couple of daggers that are not so subtly sort of hidden amongst the cuirass. He looks at you. He returns your gaze as you make eye contact with him.
Brüz just lowers his head for a single sort of nod.
He doesn't move.
And then he waits for his tea.
Yeah.
And then he's going to take his tea over to the Goliath and the halfling, and introduce himself.
Okay. As you walk over, you hear the voice. Last night. I know that I like ale, but that's just another level. Well, that's what you get when you have one too many, my friend. Morning. How are you?
Good morning. I am probably doing a little better than you are or appearing to be. And he slurps at his tea and places his tea on the table. He goes, one would think that a fellow of your stature would be a little less inclined for a sore head in the morning.
Well, that depends on how much ale you got.
I'm sure you've drunk the bar underwater, haven't you?
He looks over at the barmaid. You kind of follow his gaze. She kind of shakes her head and indicates to one of the barrels on the side that is completely empty. The tap completely just, yep,
broken.
Yep. In fact, yeah, the tap's been ripped off, and there's some suds of ale dripping off.
Well,
Nero looks impressed.
First of
we're
all,
talking to trees.
Congratulations! And Brüz holds out his hand to shake the Goliath's hand.
All right. He kind of clasps it. Make a strength saving throw.
Oh, can you say natural one?
You take... Oh, cool. 1 point of crushing, bludgeoning damage as your hand is suddenly engulfed by this Goliath's huge maw, and your fingers kind of squeeze, and it's something's popped out of its socket there.
You've quite a handshake there. He pulls
sorry,
one of the good berries out of his pocket. He goes, no, it's perfectly fine. And he pops the good berry in, and you just see him kind of slowly reactivating the movement in his hand and going, no, it will be fine. And then he pulls the last one by his count of the good berries from yesterday, and goes, which one of you two is carrying the largest sore head? And he looks to the halfling.
Oh, it's a gnome. No. I'm okay. I managed to stay afloat, as it were. Grog, on the other hand, no. Oh, Scanlan, you're so unkind. This is the first time it's ever happened. This is the 26th time that it has happened.
Well, allow me to offer you something, and he sort of gestures to the Goliath to hold out his hand. Hold out your hand. And he drops a good berry in his palm and goes, You have that now, but wait. And he reaches into another pocket, and he pulls out 3 of the small mushrooms.
Okay, yeah.
And goes, and you can see him kind of doing maths in his head as he looks at them and puts them on his palm as well. And he goes, but if you want the day to be very interesting, take those as well. And then he looks to Scanlan, to the gnome, and goes,
the gnome's eyes are narrowed, and he very subtly, sort of like scrutinizing you, gives you a look as if, I know what you're giving him.
he pulls out another small mushroom, like the smallest of the ones that you could find in this this part of this pocket.
Yeah.
He goes, I feel like that one might actually work quite well for you, and holds it in between his thumb and his forefinger.
He
This guy's just giving people drugs.
He looks to the mushroom. He looks to you. He looks back. He kind of like rolls his eyes. He goes, well, If it's free, it's free. He reaches out and he takes it and he kind of like goes, "Psst," and he indicates for you to lean in. Do you do so?
Yes. Absolutely.
Do you have spice? Have you got spice?
Like
Spice?
paprika?
Any spice? No. I mean spice. You got spice?
I have some
I'm
I
learning
have
about
some
things.
cardamom. No, it's cumin. Cumin? I have cumin.
Oh, okay. You know what? Never mind. Thank you. It's a very generous gift. Grog and I will enjoy them later.
It was free to me, given from the earth, for you and we all to enjoy.
What a hippie.
Good God.
And he picks up his cup of tea, and walks over to the table next to the table where the dude is in the corner, just like the next to Jack's table.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
And sits down like side on, and waits for his compatriots to join.
Okay.
So he's
I'm
there,
not
like,
entirely sure
Nuru
why
and
we're here,
Kyro.
personally.
Stopping for a cup of tea. And he holds up his cup of tea and goes, I'm just going to finish this cup of tea. Would you care to join me? I'm just going to sit over here.
Okay.
And he sits down.
So you sit down. The guy in the corner kind of swiftly picks himself up and sweeps past your table and out the door.
He seems to be in a hurry.
What guy?
A guy clad in black leather with some not so subtly held daggers. Did not appreciate the proximity that Brüz engaged, and has promptly left himself to exit quickly.
Okay.
That's a suspicious person.
Yes, indeed.
What would you guys like to do before we move on to the other group?
Probably not engage with the suspicious person.
I mean, he's left the room, so.
Yeah. So it all works out.
I guess you'll finish your cup of tea and then move on towards the city.
Yep.
It's you three. So it's Brüz, Nuru, and Kyro.
So did
I have
Nuru get
one
anything
question,
from the tree
which is,
outside?
were you actually going to talk to the
Yeah,
tree?
I'm gonna check on that tree.
Okay, good.
Okay.
I'm glad that we are in fact doing something that we plan to do.
So she'll use speak to plants and try to strike up a conversation with the tree and see what the tree knows about the area.
Life.
Okay. You kind of cast a spell. You ask the question. There's a rustling of the
Hi.
willow leaves.
Hi, how are you doing? Yeah, I feel ya. So, anything interesting happened lately?
Mortal talking to a tree.
Oh, so I'm the most interesting thing that's happened.
Never happened before.
Yeah, well, I'm one of them special druid types who can talk to plants sometimes. Hope I'm not bothering you too much.
Not at all. It's pleasant to be speaking face to face with one of the.
You don't really have a face, but I get what you mean.
You see one of the branches, a number of the branches, rustling in a way that would be by wind, but it's not windy, and just they stretch themselves.
That's unusual for a tree.
Around and yep.
Trees are alive all around you.
You're a little bit wiggly for a tree.
Never had a reason to move before.
I guess that's a good point. So, I'm just and this probably looks crazy from an outside observer point because she's just making tree noises.
Yep.
Wow.
What do you want to ask them?
I guess just has he noticed anything unusual
Maybe
go
describe
on?
something specific.
Have you ever seen anybody with a tattoo that kind of looks like this, describing the syndicate tattoos? Of course, she doesn't fully expect a tree to pay attention to that kind of stuff, but it doesn't hurt to ask.
Shadowy people I have seen. 2 this morning. Many more, many other days.
Well, I'd love to hear about it.
Well, shortly before you came out to talk to me, black leathers, shadowy gate, and earlier on, a young woman on a horse galloped in and out, swift as a sparrow.
Huh.
Poetic.
Couldn't see any tattoos, but shadowy. Shadowy indeed.
Huh. Okay, so she's gonna probably write down
I like this tree.
that in like some bullet points. So, like, shadowy, leather-clad persons, horse-riding woman came in before. So, I'll tell you what, those people, they've been sort of, they're giving my friend a bad time, and if you could like keep an eye out, then I might come back and ask you again about them. Well, I mean, figuratively keep an eye out, since you don't have eyes. But, you know, keep a leaf out? I don't know.
Of
Eloquent.
course.
Thanks, you're such a darling. She pats the tree.
The pleasure is all mine. Okay. Is there any
This
other
is so
business here,
exciting.
or
No.
Brüz would walk back out.
Yeah, I want to see the tree talking, which to me just looks like a lot of nonsense.
She's just making wood noises,
yeah, the sound
and then
of,
she
like,
pats the
creaking
tree at
and-
some point.
Yeah.
And then she comes back and she's like, "What a nice gentleman."
Cool. So you guys make your way into the city, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
Yes, please.
as we're getting close, Brüz will do a disguise self.
Okay.
To look
Oh.
like a cleric of the temple that Eirys spoke of.
Oh,
Okay. Make a religion check.
My religion's pretty good. So that's 25.
You
The
feel,
19 on the
yeah.
dice.
So I'm asking you to roll that to get a visual representation of what you think one of those clerics might look like. You feel like you might have done a good job. You're not sure.
Kind of the old man with beard will kind of carry through, although he'll make himself a bit younger and a bit short.
Okay.
So
Yeah.
sort of someone in their late 50s, early
Okay.
60s, but sort of still upright, standing.
Sure. Yeah. All right. So that's
And
what
I'd say
you do.
maybe if Nuru wants to change into a horse to which Kyro can ride and look limp and unwell with the bandages and whatnot. That
She decides to go for a mule to sell it.
Okay.
'cause-
oh,
Yep.
nice.
Yep.
Because that's even better.
Yep.
Mhm.
Good. Easy enough.
Also, do me a favor and say my illness makes it hard for me to talk, because otherwise I will probably not be convincing.
Okay.
It is perfectly under control.
So with that disguise all set up, you guys, I'll ask you to make a stealth roll with advantage. One of you can choose to do it. I don't mind who.
How
Well,
is your stealth, Brüz? Because otherwise I'll do
my
it.
stealth is actually -1, but I already
I'm
rolled.
going to stealth.
Oh, okay.
Shoot.
Why don't Brüz? Why don't you roll then? Take that roll, and Kyro, you roll, and
Okay.
we'll roll with the numbers.
Pardon me.
You guys approach the city.
Roll.
There's a
Oh,
large crowd of
20.
Oh, okay.
For a drow,
Yep.
I'm sure unremarkable.
The crowd of people that are massing around the main entrance to the city, the gate creating a gap that's 30 feet across. It's huge, enough to allow hundreds of people entrance and exit of the city simultaneously. The guard stationed there, occasionally drawing individuals out to have kind of pat them down or give them a bit of a drilling, talking to about what their business is. You kind of approach. A guard makes direct eye contact with you, Brüz, nods towards you, and just kind of indicates for you to pass. No word needs to be spoken. It appears the disguise is the Cleric of Melora. Apparently it's good. You watch the guard kind of glance at the ill patient that you have on the mule, and they give you a wide berth, and you make your way into the city. Cool. So that's you guys. Are you going to head towards the? I keep on forgetting the name of the tavern. Apologies.
The wretched something.
Wretched.
It is wretched.
Bleh. Excuse me.
The
It
bleh.
is- Yeah, the tavern. I'll find it in a second. But yeah, so are you guys going to make your way there?
Yeah.
That's the plan,
Yeah,
right?
Okay.
that's where we're headed.
You head towards there. Let me double back
A
to
short
Eirys.
distance off, we'll de-disguise and
Yeah.
I'll just go long cloak.
The city's massive, so like it takes you half an hour from that gate to get to the wretched tavern, and that tavern's considered to be close to the exit of the city. So it's enough time for you to make your way down into one of the grimier under alleys of this lower city, more impoverished, and the buildings closer together, smoke rising from odd chimney tops here and there.
City.
You're able to make your way in relatively undetected. A quiet spot appears. You remove all the disguises and find the entrance and swing inside. I'll get to that shortly. Eirys.
Yeah.
Okay, so I galloped off ahead of the group to try and make some time, so I
Yeah.
probably would have been long clear before they got to the tavern.
Sure.
Presumably, as I imagine it's a sort of outer city stop, there's going to be somewhere to hitch up horses, and
Yeah. So
I'm going to find whoever's attending that.
okay. You kind of look around. The hitching post doesn't appear to be manned specifically, but you notice that around the back of this yard space on the left, kind of behind the main kind of bar building, is a stable of some kind. If you wanted to find someone, then you might find
Yes,
someone
please.
back there.
I'll
make-
take a ride around there.
Okay, yep, you ride around. The stable is half, one of the big doors is open, the other closed, and you can hear the sound of either sweeping or movement of hay from within the building.
Hello.
Yep, young human male, dark ebony skin, kind of comes out in sort of dirty, apparently like once white, but completely mucked up by however much work he's done in the stables. Morning.
Hello there. I'd like to keep my horse here for a while. How much do you charge per day?
Well, it'll be 5 silver per day. We'll keep it fed. We can sell you food if you order in advance, of course. If you want to order for by the time that you've left, we'll have some things prepared.
That sounds good. How about we say 4 days up front, but if my time in the city delays me, I can pay the rest when I come back.
All right, that'll be 2 gold.
2 gold. Here you go.
Well, takes the coins from you. Surprised. All right, what's his name?
Orion.
Orion.
I'm very fond of him. Do take good care.
Of course, of course. Well, thank you very much.
Hey, I'm quite weary from riding, and you see, I like to give Orion a special treat. It sounds odd, but he's really very fond of it. I don't suppose if I gave you the money, you could pop into the tavern and ask them for a few things for me. You can keep the change.
Make a persuasion check.
Okay. Luck. That's better. 23.
23. What would you like?
Okay, I'd like a let's see, a tankard of water, and I would like to keep the tankard. I'm a collector. A small pouch of flour, just normal grain flour.
Oh, okay.
Um,
Anything else?
No, I think that should do it.
Huh.
My horse likes dirty flour water.
Gonna attempt.
Oh, actually, and some lard, just a small piece of lard, please.
Oh well, lard. That'll be easy enough to find. Can't imagine that'll be worth more than 3 silver pieces.
I'll give you a gold, and you can keep the change.
Oh well, much obliged to you. I'll be right back.
Most welcome.
Kind of puts down his rake, leans it against the door that's open, and walks towards the bar.
While he's gone, I'm going to find a muddy patch outside where the horses and maybe where they've drunk or something, and there's mud around.
Yeah.
I'm going to try and get my cloak like muddy and tattered.
I don't know what check to do, guys. What do you think?
For what?
Deception.
Deception.
What is it for?
It's creating the disguise. How about a general dexterity check? You've done this kind of thing before, so add your proficiency bonus.
Nice. Where's my proficiency? Oh, well, there we go.
I need to look up how to use kits after this.
So is it a general dex?
Yeah. Add your proficiency, which is +3 for you guys now, isn't it?
19.
Okay. You feel like you get it coated nice and well. Got a bit of a Caleb Widowgas vibe going on this.
Yep.
It's almost like the reverse, really.
That's my inspiration.
Okay, so you feel like you've smothered yourself pretty foully. You're gonna get it in your hair?
No, not just yet. I'm going to take my cloak off and just kind of put it over the stable door and just pretend like I got hot riding. So I'm just cooling off. I'm gonna take the lockpicks from my thieves' tools.
Yep.
And I'm gonna pin my hair up with them, so they're kind of concealed in the bun.
Okay. I'll give you sleight of hand, but not proficient because that's not what lockpicks are used for.
No, I'm not proficient in hairdressing.
In essence, just dex.
I can just imagine this guy coming back as Eirys is like flicking her hair up, and like the dude just starts seeing it in slow motion, and then like cuts back to Eirys just sort of like waving her hand.
She's literally taken her cloak off, and then she's just like, L'Oreal style.
All slow motion hair flicks.
She has been trying to flirt with him as well, so that totally plays into it.
Oh boy.
I actually got 22. I rolled really high.
So you feel like you got your hair in the place that you want it, even though these lockpicks aren't designed for this. You managed to make it work.
And then I'll wait for him to come back and just pretend like I'm just cooling off.
He comes back a minute or so later with a tankard of water, a small bag, and a plate with a cut off chunk of lard on it. He kind of.
Thank you. You are a dear.
That's quite all right. I'm happy to help, especially if you're paying so much.
I'll just be a moment making this up for him. I wouldn't want to keep you.
Him? For who?
The horse.
Oh. All right. He kind of heads back in, and he had led the horse inside, and he kind of brings the horse back out to you, hands you the reins. All right. Kind of picks up the rake, and he continues working on bundling together some hay for some specific purpose you don't know.
Cool. I'm going to essentially make like a pastry out of the lard, flour, and water.
Okay.
Just with my hands on the plate, I guess. Until I've kind of got like a more or less a gooey ball of it, and I'm just going to feed a bit to the horse.
Sure. All right.
I hope this doesn't kill horses. I don't really know.
All right. The horse, Ryan kind of looks a little bit hesitant as you kind of raise it up to his lips, and he kind of sniffs at it a little bit, looks at you, and kind of snuffles it up. He doesn't look massively satisfied, but he is a hungry boy, so.
I'm all done. Thank you so much for everything. I'll return in a few days.
All right. Kind of hear from inside as he continues working.
Sure. I'll hitch Orion up to wherever's nearby temporarily. I'm going to take my cloak and the rest of the pastry and just hide somewhere around the side of the building.
Make a stealth check.
Okay. 23.
You believe yourself to be hidden.
Oh, I hate it when you say it like that. Okay, I'm going to, with the remainder of the flour, I'm going to brush it into my hair to try and make my hair look kind of graying.
Yeah. Okay.
Just like the front bits that are hanging down. Obviously, the rest of my hair's back. I'm gonna like pat the top of the hair, but I'm not gonna like brush it all the way through. So at first glance, it looks like I'm old.
Given
The
how
very
well
least you
you've
look
been
dirty.
rolling, given how well you've been rolling, you're on a roll, as it were, and you're able to make it work.
I'm going to use the pastry and just like lightly cover my hands, my arms, and my face with it.
Okay.
Because when pastry dries, it goes flaky and it looks horrible and crappy, like your skin's peeling off.
Okay. So you're going to rely on the sun to dry it off as you approach the city.
Or the air.
Yeah, I get you. That's a neat idea. I love that.
Thank you. You can tell I bake.
Crafty.
So yeah, I'm just going to cover it. So hopefully any hair that will be showing will be like whitened or like slightly grayed.
Yeah.
And my skin will look all awful. I'm going to put my cloak on, which is all like muddy and gross, and hunch a bit, and I'm going to empty out the tankard, and I'm just going to have it under my cloak, and I'm just going to like kind of hobble towards the gates.
Okay. As you approach the gate, the sun is starting to rise in the sky now. It's coming towards noontime, so the heat is rising, and given all the people that are kind of increasingly enclosing on your proximity, one particularly tall, looks like perhaps a half-orc, just kind of like bumps straight into you and jolts, and he kind of glances back and just looks back the way he was walking. He doesn't care. Other travellers kind of encroach on your position as the crowd of people around the gates intensifies, and you kind of like swindle in. You suddenly feel.
Try and merge with the crowd.
Yeah.
Stick behind a wagon or something.
Okay. No wagon as of right now, but you kind of try and keep low and just disappear into the crowd. You make your way to the other side, and there's just a little bit of a respite in just on the other side of the gate. There's a hand behind you, turns you around. It's one of the guards. Oh, you disgusting!
Money for a sick old woman.
Deception check with advantage.
Please, I can't work no more.
You might actually get money from him.
19.
19.
Or a boot.
Yeah.
He's nice.
He kind of looks and
I hold
grabs
out
you.
the tankard, like shaky wobbly hand.
He kind of looks at the tankard, looks at you. As you look at him, you feel a piece of the pastry flake off and just kind of like drift down beside your face. He goes, "Oh, that's fucking foul. Get the fuck away from me."
They call it leprosy.
Shoves you back. You kind of battle back, and you hit another traveller who again kind of gives you a shove. Yeah. You
get to find out who the jerks are.
You find yourself getting swept into the town. The guards just decided to let you go. You sold it.
I would have loved it if Sir Lancelot was now on duty here. Messed up his life again.
Sir
I love
D'Artagnan.
how okay everyone is with letting diseased people into their town.
Cool. You have made your way into the city.
Cool, I'm gonna, not directly, but like winding down random alleys. I should know the city well enough to like eventually find myself to where Kylan said.
I'm gonna say yeah. You ended up making your way inside. You place it. You open it up. You take a seat. I'll describe it in the moment. And about an hour and a half, 2 hours later, the doors open and you see Yell, Arthrin. No, sorry, not Yell and Arthrin. Nuru, Brüz, and Kyro enter in. Thank you for your patience, Yell, and Ella. How are you guys going to do this?
Miss Yell.
Ew. Well, Ella is not stealthy or anything.
To be fair, you're like the cleanest person in our group.
So...
You don't necessarily have time.
Got any ideas?
Well, it's a big city. We could just walk in and then follow my lead if they talk to us.
Okay. You gonna be okay going in?
I mean, do you have some kind of disguise self spell or something?
Well, I don't.
I mean, I'm
so
talking.
worried about Yell.
Sorry, Ella. I'm talking to Yell. Do you? I'm sorry. I don't mean any offense. It's just that the three of us, indicating to Kylan himself and Ella, we're more conventional looking. Do you have a way that you can disguise yourself?
I do not. No. Well.
Oh! She goes and picks up some mud and then smears it on the house.
What the hell?
Ella
You see, the thing is, I am a bard. I have played taverns before.
All right.
I was gonna go with that.
Okay.
Now I'm a bit
from his
dirty.
face.
Thank God you both know prestidigitation.
Yeah.
Kylan folds his arms and goes.
The magic of magic.
Kylan folds his arms and raises his index finger and middle finger of his left hand to the bridge between his eyebrows, closes his eyes and says, "This is such a huge city, another tiefling walking inside isn't going to arouse any suspicion."
Thank you. Prestidigitation to remove all the dirt that Ella just put on.
It's almost like it evaporates and just
Wow, fancy.
I like your idea though, but not for this city.
Oh, Ella.
Oh well. Well.
Maybe Gran O'Keller. Anyway, you guys make your way inside the city.
She's basically the equivalent of a doctor.
You guys make your way towards the town. I'm going to say that you actually end up getting to the tavern first because the others stopped off at the Willow's Rest. You guys make your way to the main gates. Again, big throng. You make your way through. The guards. You guys kind of are walking through, and Ella, you're not able to see this. Yell, you are, because you're tall enough. The guard kind of goes, "Oi!" and points roughly in your direction, starts making his way towards you, and you kind of hold yourself, trying not to look too out of place, and then the guard grabs an old beggar beside you. And she raises her tank and goes, "Oh crumbs for the poor, please. And he kind of goes, oh, fucking disgusting, and shoves her away.
Wow.
Did
Rude.
did Ella see any of this?
Nope.
Or not? No, okay.
I mean, you heard some of the ruckus, but there's a lot of voices. It's pretty loud and chaotic. It's actually pretty intense for Ella because you only come up to people's midriffs, and there's a lot of people, and yeah, you have to do your best to kind of stick around with people. You manage it.
You just
It's a lot more crotch than you used to.
you just hear her sort of like, excuse me, watch out, hey.
You can go on my shoulders if you want.
Do it.
Yeah, bend down, come on.
Strength,
kneels down and just.
athletics
I
with
like
advantage
that.
because she's helping. She's like obviously letting you do it.
She's small.
That will be a 13 plus 3, 16.
Yeah, that's all right. Despite the armor, it kind of takes a moment to heave her up, and you make your way steadily. Kylan's kind of like walking alongside on your left-hand side. Arthrin's on the right. Arthrin kind of leans over the two of you and says to Kylan, "Yeah, they're like this. I can see it."
She makes like binoculars out of her hands to her eyes.
Make a perception check.
Yeah. Yes. Thank you.
Please let it be a nat 20.
I like this.
Ooh, 17.
17. That'll do it. You're mocking. You're almost like you're giggling as you're on the shoulders. You put your hands in the fake binoculars and you move your head around the kind of shale sort of sloping roofs of the buildings around, and you come across a black bird perched on the top of the roof, looking directly towards not you, towards Kylan.
Uh-oh.
Oh.
I knew it. Fucking knew it.
There's some other
Where's it's
shifting types.
Yeah, Eirys forgot to mention the whole thing where he is in fact involved in the syndicate.
okay.
You kind
I
of
think they-
you gauge it, and you don't. Yeah, you kind of twig it,
Not
but
cool,
obviously
Eirys.
Kylan is just kind of like staring at you. Guy's still kind of like shaking his head and smiling.
with my hands still to my eyes as
Yep.
I kind of like turn around and kind of look at him and go and say to him, "You're," and like trying to subtly say it, not really too aloud, and
Yep.
kind of sort of like mumble, "You're being watched by a bird."
Make a stealth check, I guess.
Oh God!
I like how you're doing it that way when you could have just messaged really quietly.
I could have done one. You didn't think of it.
The one time you've ever
This
done
is Ella.
message was to fuck with a guard. Oh my god.
And Eirys.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah. You can reply to this message.
16.
16.
Yeah.
You feel like he kind of like makes like he's looking at you, and he kind of looks at you through your binocular hands, and he gets what you're saying. He kind of goes, "Oh."
And she's like moving her eyes, kind of like.
He kind of nods, and he's just like looking increasingly more exasperated. He's like, "Yeah, I get it." He kind of glances around the roof line and kind of twigs, and as he kind of keeps on walking, he says, "Okay, that's a potential issue, or it could be Rook."
Oh yeah, you got a bird. Didn't
I do. I
don't trust this bird.
can't tell from here, but I don't know. I sent him away
Bird.
yesterday, and
It's the worm.
it
She
doesn't pay.
does.
Never pays to be too careful, though. So let's just
See, these are great binoculars. You can
Why
see
don't-
everything.
why don't I meet you at the tavern? You go ahead.
Go, Yell, go!
Don't do it. Do not.
Spy on
Send you a
him!
message if it
This
gets
guy
too
is
late.
not okay.
What are you guys gonna do?
Someone spy on him!
Don't let him go somewhere by himself. Gonna
Hang
make
on.
the syndicate turn to anything.
Okay, guys. Should we? I don't like the idea of leaving him.
Thank God, Ella.
Ella,
Yes.
he's still walking. He's like just making his communication as subtle as he can. If that is a spy for the syndicate, they cannot follow you. They'll have to follow me. I'm okay with that, but we can't compromise the meeting point.
Okay.
You see those guards at the street corner ahead?
Uh-huh.
I'm going to go over to talk to them. I am in my knight's armor. They might recognize me. I will meet you at the tavern later.
Okay.
Yell, you can hear all this. You're on.
Yeah.
She's on your fucking shoulders, mate. It's fine.
Yeah.
If we don't,
I will turn a corner and just catch him a bit, like nonchalantly, with Anna on my shoulders, drag Arthrin, and then
What?
take it easy on the turning.
Arthrin, get to the tavern now. Hello?
Okay.
Hello?
Yeah. Hello.
Time to
She
be
like
quiet.
bends over and looks.
Hello.
Oh, this is great.
Time to be real quiet. And I'm going to cast invisibility at 2nd level, so we both go invisible.
Arthrin kind of like turns, makes a few paces in the direction that you've kind of half thrown him. He
That's
turns
great.
around, just like, but wait, what about? Yell. He turns and makes his way towards the tavern. Meanwhile, as you two are standing in the middle of the road, are you going to make your way to the side?
Like we
He's
turned off
innocent. It would
down
be
a
foolish
side
to leave him.
Okay. So you're
to where, like the nearest turning or whatever, so that he
Sure.
could see that we walked away and there was like a bit of an alley type thing.
yeah.
Ella has frozen.
There's
She's
a
like-
there's a left and a right turning and almost like an intersection with another smaller street, and there are two guards on the right hand of that intersection, and Kylan is making his way towards them. He kind of makes his way over, and you see him kind of like clap his hands together and warmly smile towards them and extend a hand of shaking. The two guards look at each other a little bit confused, and they smile back and shake his hands. They recognize his armor, and they start kind of talking, and he's apparently, he's known, or at least his armor's known, if not him himself. So they apparently are sharing niceties, and you watch that happen. Is there anything else you want to do?
Basically, I kind of wanted to tail him for a bit,
Okay.
just to make sure he's Empire and all that.
Make a perception check.
And Ella is still on my shoulders, also invisible,
Yeah,
because
sure,
I did
sure,
it
sure,
at 3rd
sure.
level.
Yeah, that's
Very
fine.
excellent.
She's sitting very still.
We're not getting our hands in their hand.
Oh, this is so good.
16 on the perception.
16. I'm going to say that you see him converse with the two of them. A couple of times that he cranes his head to the right. You try and follow his eye line. You're not sure. You can't actually see where the bird that he was just looking out for. Don't know where that is. But eventually he kind of bids them adieu, and he takes a right turn on this intersection and walks further down that road. In the opposite direction to where Arthrin went. Arthrin took the left turn because the left turn is the direction that the tavern's in. Kylan has gone in the opposite direction.
Okay. About 30, 40 feet behind, stealthy pace.
Stealth check with
While
advantage.
invisible.
Yeah, stealth check with advantage.
Yeah, because invisible.
That's right.
Oh, yes. What is my stealth bonus? Because that is a 19 plus 2, 21.
Yeah.
You make your way through the
Thank God for the advantage. The other was an 8.
yeah. A particularly tall and lanky oh my goodness. Cow person.
Furbog.
Oh, you mean
thank you.
a
Yeah. A furbolg.
yeah, Minotaur.
Not a
Minotaur?
Not a minotaur. A furbolg.
Furbog.
Furbolg.
Oh, the other
Cow
kind.
person,
Yeah, yeah.
not a bull person.
Yeah. Kind of is walking your direction. You kind of like he's making his way straight towards you, and you sweep around, and you kind of he feels that his kind of long hair kind of sweep behind him. He turns around like, doesn't see anything.
Ella, have you got past without a trace?
I'm good. No,
As-
I don't.
Okay, we'll just have to be careful of our tracks then.
Okay.
As I realise as we're walking through a city that's probably somewhat muddy.
Okay. You kind of turns around. You avoid other passers-by. You maintain your distance away from Kylan. He makes his way down towards a market square. And he kind of like looks around another little bit. How's he gonna do?
Get my way downtown.
He kind of like looks. You actually see him stop and turn around and look back up the way he's come, with a kind of intense expression on his face. You see his eyes kind of meet something, and he kind of turns and he makes his way further into the market. A load of traders are plying their trades. There's fresh fruits and vegetables and meats on sale at these market stalls. There are buildings surrounding this kind of square, this large kind of clearing in the middle of the city. Ella, you're able to see the icon of a bookshop on the left-hand side, and you can
Suddenly feet start digging into my chest.
Tug his horns and steer him.
Like those little kicks with my feet.
Yeah.
Steering with his horns. Well,
What is it?
I love this kind of thing.
We can come back later.
Yes, I'm coming
Super
back
secret
later.
mission.
Okay.
Super secret mission.
Okay.
You can hear the hammering of metal, indicating that there's a blacksmith forge not far away, and there's a hubbub of peasantry, really, just in various states of disarray of garb, lower and lower middle classes of people going about their daily business. Kylan stands out amongst these folk, and you notice that a handful of guards kind of in this space, their attention is drawn to him. He kind of makes you see him wave towards a couple, and they sort of look at him again, a little bit confused, but this is a man of the Empire, must be on his business of his own apparently. They give him a wide berth for now. There's a fountain in the middle of the square. It's sort of hexagonal in shape from the bird's eye view, and a simple statue of a winged a bird of basic make, with its head up, shooting out a single jet of water. It comes back down over, dripping across the stone and into the water beyond. He kind of walks over to that fountain and sort of stands beside. He looks back in the direction that he's come from. It's a good thing you're invisible, because he'd be looking in your direction if not for that. And the bird kind of like flies and lands on top of the fountain. He looks up. He appears to sigh a sigh of relief, and he kind of turns and he walks away. He walks towards where you guys are.
Step to the side before he gets here so that he won't walk into us.
He sweeps by the space that you were sitting in, and seems to be going back the way he came.
Is the bird still there?
As you look back towards the fountain, the bird flies away. What would you guys like to do?
Are we gonna follow him back?
I guess it was his bird.
Guess so. Yeah. Can we see the bird? Is the bird around still? Can I see the bird?
Make a perception check.
With my awesome binoculars.
Yeah.
You're literally bird watching.
Ella is bird watching. Perception, did you say?
Yep.
15.
David
15.
Attenborough
15.
impression.
You look around with your human hand binoculars and try and ascertain the place that the bird has landed. But alas, it is not to be seen.
Bravo.
Chopsticks. The bird's gone. We better go follow him. Go, 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 go!
We're still following him. Okay.
She's like holding onto your horns, and she's like,
Still invisible because it lasts an hour. Still following.
I just follow him, I suppose. Just see where.
Make sure he goes into the tavern.
Sure.
Yeah.
He does so. He retraces his steps. You guys had a vague idea of the directions, but not from the opposite direction.
Yeah.
So it's actually quite useful that you're able to follow him back
Followed him the whole
relatively
way.
unhealed. He approaches the tavern, the Wretched Flask, and he opens it and steps inside.
Okay.
Yeah.
At which point, Ella.
Yeah.
Question for you.
Answer for you.
Do we want to go in the tavern right now,
Mm-hmm.
or do we want to go to the bookshop?
Okay, I have a feeling that if we went to the bookshop now, I will be killed by Kyro. So,
Probably Brüz.
Ella's too valuable to be killed in any situation.
What if we go to the bookshop now, and then go back again later?
Scope out the bookshop.
Why are you tempting this poor woman?
She likes books.
Exactly.
But haven't we
And
got
it's
like a
abusive
big
with her
mission
interest.
to do?
Plus, if you look like you're acting like tourists, then the eyes in the city will think, oh, they're tourists.
They are acting like tourists.
Are they currently invisible?
We are currently invisible, having this
That's-
conversation.
That's not. That's
one-
They're
touristy.
sneaky tourists.
It's 1 hour, right? Am I right?
It is 1 hour of
Yeah, so
concentration.
you've still got in the region of 40 minutes
There'll
left
be
at this point.
some bookshop ghosts.
Wow. I drew a picture. I will send it.
It's your choice. I'll do.
Haven't we got to meet them
You
though?
have the controls. Places your hand on his horns.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
Well, it wouldn't hurt just to have
Almost erotic.
Oh my god.
okay, I got an idea. We just put our heads around the door, we have a little look. I look like an owl.
Poke our heads around which door? The bookshop or the tavern?
the bookshop.
Okay.
We're good. Okay.
I don't think we need to be invisible anymore, though.
Oh, okay. I was quite enjoying being visible.
I mean, it might cause
Scope
panic if you
out.
do it in the middle of the square. We're kind of isolated here.
Okay. All right. Drop the invisibility.
But hey, we can always go
I'm
invisible
still staying on
again
your
later.
shoulders, though.
That's absolutely fine.
I've had enough crotches in this face today.
That is more than fair.
Yeah.
So
People really need to wash. That's what I'm saying.
Are you going to the bookshop? Sorry, I'm just furious.
We're just gonna we're gonna pop our head round the door. We're literally
Okay.
gonna open the door, have a look, and then
Yeah.
close the door, and then walk back out and go to the tavern.
so
And
hold
if
on
anyone
tight.
asks why we're late, we'll just say I had to stop.
Hold on tight, and Yell basically full sprint comes out of invisibility and starts running towards the bookshop. And he's just like, "Come on, we got books to see! Move! Quick, before they close!"
Hey, what's where you going?
I think
Inappropriate.
The tiefling with a gold armored gnome.
We sprint back to the bookshop.
Yeah, loads of people jump out of the way.
I think. Is it still open?
Anya is literally getting tortured
Okay.
right now.
Yeah, open the door. Open the door, Matt. Open the door.
I open the door.
You look inside.
This is more important.
Make a perception check.
19.
Oh no!
Hello. Hello, who's there?
Hello.
Hello. Welcome to Books for Barter. My name is Al. Why don't you
Hi, Al.
Why don't you come on in and take a look around?
We're in a bit of a rush, but we're going to come back later if that's okay.
What's the perception check?
7 for Ella.
7. It's difficult to see. I mean, the guy who's there kind of likes. Oh well, do come back. There's a sale on spell scrolls. Have a good day. And
How long does the sale last?
What scrolls you got? Come on, quick.
come on in then.
We poke in, go in the door a bit more.
He sees you both come in. He takes you look up and down. He quickly dismisses Yell and looks more carefully at Ella.
Is Ella still on my shoulders?
Yeah. Are you
Because
still
I
on
didn't
his
let her
shoulders?
down. Unless you wanted to.
Oh, no, give me that. Give me that. The spell scrolls.
Get crouch down on the floor. Take her off.
Well, I would be willing to offer you any of our more potent spell scrolls for the low price of 500 gold pieces. Take a look at
what
this. He hands you a scroll. And he kind of undoes it. He opens it up and he's holding it, but he shows you the kind of top few lines, and you see the word counterspell. Kind of lowers that. This one's a particular favorite of the adventuring kind. I can see that you are perhaps adventurers yourself.
Oh, yes.
Whichever.
Counterspell would be great for since mages.
Countering spells, yeah.
I'd be willing to let you have
for the
this.
people who were there to ask the question.
I'd be willing to let you have this for 500 gold pieces, a very decent price for a rare and potentially useful spell. Of course, if that's not your particular preference, I have other tomes as well. I have histories of the Uthalian continent, as well as other regions of Sectera. I have a Historia of the royal lineage of the Empress and her family, her ancestry. And underneath the covers, of course, underneath the something perhaps of a bit more of a under the counter. We could have something of a more base need, perhaps.
He's selling porn.
He's coming out with that.
Ella looks at Yell, raised. Huh?
How do I put this? He leans in and whispers, "Porn."
Oh, porn! Okay.
Yes, hence under the counter. You didn't have to yell it. That's my job.
Sorry, I'll let you do that next time.
I can't imagine it's terribly legal in the Empire, right?
Is it? I don't know.
It's certainly not
how much? Still whispering.
accepted to just.
How much gold do you have, Ella?
Not 500 gold. What? Gold?
How much?
I got like 100. What?
That's probably not doable then. If you had maybe 200 with my gold as well, you could probably.
Hang on.
Stealing.
Okay, I'll go. I recalculated things.
People who need one to
I
steal
have got
something.
200.
Yeah, but they could
200.
also be syndicate members, and they could beat you up for it, maybe.
You got 200 gold.
That's if you get caught.
We'll buy that scroll for you for 150.
150? Don't insult me. It's a reduced price already. Make it a persuasion check.
25.
Please, my grandma's dying in the hospital.
Never, ever, as a DM, let the bard into the bookshop. Okay,
Oh, that's a great name for a pub. The Bard in the Bookshop.
The Bard in the Bookshop, yeah. You see him kind of like burrow his eyes furrowing as he kind of yells in incredulity. He kind of looks at the scroll.
He takes in your moving speech.
350 is as low as I'm willing to go. It's a big bargain. That's why they call me Big Owl.
Cool nickname.
Is that why they call you Big Owl?
Among other reasons. Under the counter, disembodied voice.
I'm sure he is Big Owl under the counter.
Sexual favors.
Look at my bag quickly. And you said you had books on the histories and things. Would you be interested in these? And I pull out these historical bard clothes that I found from the catacombs.
Well, I'm a vendor of
Books.
of books. What you want is a seamstress. There's another building around here somewhere. In the market square, you'll be able to find.
This is a historical bard's outfit. You might be able to intrigue those for more than it's worth. Currently, it's about 200 gold pieces.
Make another persuasion check.
Ella's nodding her head.
Oh, that's even better. 27.
Jesus Christ.
You're saying,
I like persuasion.
so you're telling me that these clothes have magical properties?
That I do.
Oh my god.
Magical powers of persuasion?
Oh.
Let me tell you, you don't need it, but absolutely.
My goodness. You're right. I don't need it, but an extra 100 gold on those big sales would make a big difference to my profit margins.
That it would. That it would.
All right. 150 gold pieces and the bard clothes, and we'll have a deal.
All right. I hand over the bard clothes, 30 gold, and Ella, can you handle the rest?
I can sure handle the rest.
All right. One counterspell scroll. If you were of, I don't know if you are, looking at you, but if you were of a wizarding persuasion and you had 50 gold's worth of materials and inks, which I can sell you, of course, you will be able to copy this into your spellbook.
Ah, okay. Is it 120 I'm giving him?
Yes. Because I handed over the 30 that I had.
Right, 120 gold.
He's willing to sell you the materials that you'd need to copy the spell into your spellbook.
But, how much?
But that would be 50 golds. Actually, hang on. It's 50 gold per spell level.
Being magical is expensive.
Oh, God. Why did I multi-class this all?
You wanted to be poor for
spend
the rest
money
of your
on
life.
things. More, you wanted to spend money on paper.
Because you love books.
Yell, you've got some more singing to do.
Well, considering I only have 7 silver, yeah, I do.
Oh, God. Hang
You're going to need a lot more than your voice.
I've got a lot more than my voice.
Amen to that, brother. For each level of the spell. So it would actually be 150 additional gold for the materials that you require, and you would need to spend 6 hours transcribing the spell into your spellbook. So you've got the spell scroll, so you've got the option to try and cast it in a similar way to the other spell scroll that you have. You now have 2, but the material maybe gathering the materials you need to copy them across is perhaps a topic for another day. I don't know. Depends.
Yeah. Okay. I am like 100 to get anything. So, she will get the pieces that she needs later.
All right. Well,
I'll hold it.
Pleasure doing business with you. And kind of picks up the barred clothes in his hands, and you notice as he holds them, they seem to shift in various ways, like the proportions of the materials, like the size of the neck and the.
How they did when I first picked them up.
Yeah. They kind of shift and adjust as if it's changing size. For him.
They are magical.
Yeah. Wow, this is indeed rare and strange. Thank you so much for your custom.
Thank you very much indeed. And I kneel down. Alan, shall we?
We shall. Thank you, Big Al.
That's all right. Come back anytime.
Oh, I will.
I offer you a ride on the shoulders again if you so wish.
Oh, why, thank you, my child. And she hops on.
Oh my god.
Puts her hands on his horns. Go. Let's go! And like
start making our way back to the tavern.
Sure.
Along the way, as we are alone,
Yep.
Yal has been meaning to ask Ella a question for quite some time.
Oh my.
Oh my.
I'd
Ella,
like to hold his other horn.
Oh God, no.
Oh, great.
Don't ruin the moment.
no.
She said holding one horn. He's got two.
Oh God.
Wow, that's kind of ruined.
Sorry.
So yeah, as we're walking along back to the tavern, hey Ella,
Yeah.
what makes you happy?
Oh.
What makes me happy? That is a very good question. Well, I suppose my family make me happy. Although my mum can be really annoying. So can my sister. Seriously, that's the story for another time.
I can't wait to hear it.
Well, my friends. My friends make me happy.
Damn it, I should have said that.
And I suppose. Well. Okay, it's probably going to sound daft. Love?
Doesn't sound daft to me at all. What?
Well, I'm not talking about, being in love, like, with having a relationship with someone, but just love in general. Like, love for your best friend. Love, for your partner. You see, well, if you have a look around, there is love everywhere.
I get what you mean. Like, just the general vibe of love that is around with people
Yeah,
and all the stories they have to tell.
exactly. It kind of reminds me of something that my grandpa used to say to me. He used to say, what was it? It was something about love. What was it? Oh yeah. He said, love in all its forms is the most powerful weapon. Love binds the face of everything.
That's beautiful.
He's a cool
very
guy.
wise man.
He is
He's a very wise man.
He is. He's a librarian.
I get the book love now.
Yeah.
You had access to an entire library as a kid.
Yeah. I mean, he didn't start off with a library. He would just go around selling books in his little cart. And then that's kind of how he met Grammy. But again, that's another story for another time. Because that's quite a long story. But then, after he saved up his money and everything, he eventually started up his own little library.
That's amazing.
And yeah, that's where I always went. After
would have loved to be able to just go to a library and read all the books.
We all.
well, when we're back, if we ever pass through my hometown, we'll go to Grandpa's library.
It's a deal.
I hope we don't die.
You have reached the tavern by this point, and the door opens.
I thaumaturge you the door open.
Wham!
Hello, like, hold on.
Unsubtly as all get out.
Immediately in front of you is a large fire pit in the center of a large tavern space, with a rotisserie rod, kind of complete with turning handle on one end of it, hanging over a bunch of coals, lighting up this raised kind of flame sort of circle. The smoke rises up into a large metal sort of circle that rises in a kind of like upside down cone sort of thing. Into a chimney that rises up to the top of this two-story building and this two-story space. You can look around this chimney to see a second story held up with a number of pillars around you of wooden kind of boards that construct around a sort of rickety second story for where the rooms are. So it's almost like a large warehouse/barn that's been converted into this space. There's a number of figures of similar rough-hewn appearance to you and your party, and you look around and you notice them. You guys are the last to appear. You're sitting around both round and straight tables in the space, enjoying some subtle lubrication in now the early afternoon.
Ella's still on Yell's shoulders, by the way.
That's right. And as you've wound the door down, everyone there is like. It looks up, including you see at the bar, Kylan and a stout-looking halfling, who looks up and then looks at Kylan and then looks back at you, Yell. What are you guys gonna do? Everyone's in the tavern.
Bye, ladies. Bye. See you tomorrow, Dan. Heck, I'll see you in the morning.
Do we?
Okay.
Kylan will get out of his seat and he'll walk towards you, Ella, and Yell. He'll say, well, it's you're the last to arrive. Everyone's here. Couldn't you have been a little bit?
I needed a wee. We had to stop.
That's fine, but couldn't you have been a little bit more subtle?
I could not have.
It doesn't matter.
I needed to urinate.
It doesn't matter. Come with me. Come on. I'll
Look
introduce.
how subtle he wants me to be.
No, I think you meant about our entrance.
Oh, well, that was your doing, not mine.
I mean, yeah, but since when do I do so?
Exactly. I don't do so.
I mean, other than that time that we followed him. But since when do I do so?
What? Come. He kind of gathers around and he says, "Come on, everyone. I'd like you to introduce my contact." He kind of invites you all to come around the bar. He pulls up a stool and orders an ale. It slides over to his hand, and when it arrives, he immediately turns and he hands it to the halfling beside him.
Kylan, shouldn't we get a room upstairs or something?
I am
Very public.
If you feel that would be best, then yeah. Oh. He turns to the member of bar staff. How much is it?
Getting a room.
How much is it for a room? It's 5 silver pieces per night stay.
one.
All right. I'll get a room for myself, and kind of does a head count. How many rooms spare do you have? Well, no one's taken any yet. Okay, well I'll take 4. How about that? And he puts 2 gold pieces down. 4 keys get slid towards him. He turns around. He goes, "You can disseminate these amongst you however you wish."
I'm still in old lady form, by the way. Just in case anyone.
Yeah, that's fine. Well, if you feel it would be best, the halfling that sat down, he places the tankard that Kylan just given him down. It's empty. He wipes his mouth and he goes, "Right. I think that's a really good idea. I like it. It's good thinking. Right, off we go." He comes up and he jumps off his his kind of high bar stool and considerably less shortens in height. He makes his way around to the left of the serving bar, the fire pit now behind you, along with the rest of the space, and makes his way up the winding stairs. Kylan, with one of the keys, follows him. What would you guys like to do?
Yell is impressed and slightly aroused at the drinking ability.
Yell is aroused.
Slightly.
Oh my god, that's amazing.
Do I want to be on his shoulders anymore?
Nope.
I'm going to
Mainly impressed.
As everyone heads up, I'm going to lean over to the bartender.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm going to subtly slide across 5 gold coins and say, if anyone asks, you never saw any of us, okay?
Kind of looks at the gold, looks at you. If anyone asks, I didn't see anything. He kind of like leans on the bar, on his elbow, crook of his elbow, his fist nudging into his cheek, and he kind of beams at you with his eyes fluttering.
Attaboy.
He pockets the gold. All right.
I am. Upstairs after everyone.
Okay. It's again, it's basically like a really sort of like narrow squeeze in one of these rooms, but Kylan kind of greets you as you guys get to the top of the stairs in this kind of like second story, almost like plank walkway sort of thing. And he says, I think there might be a door separating 2 of these rooms. If we move around some furniture, we might be able to make a bit more space than we had last time. Just bear with me. And sure enough, 2 of the rooms that he's bought are able to be, if you move a couple of cupboards and drawers around, there's actually a door between 2 of these bedrooms that he kind of wrestles with. Kind of, it's locked. I don't suppose this is the kind of place that will matter if I kick it down. And he moves to kick down the door.
Wait. I go up and I try and pick the lock.
All right. Sleight of
Not
hand.
draw any attention to ourselves.
Yeah, that's probably wise, Kylan. You've been awfully unsubtle. I mean, your companion has knocked down the door on his way in. It's concerning stuff. I would have thought you'd have thought to have been more subtle, or more stealthy, as it were.
Yes, let's hope Yell hasn't killed us all. I got 29.
Yeah.
We're the perfect forest.
Kind of.
We arouse no suspicion.
All right. As long as you're not aroused, that's fine. He kind of he sits on one of the beds, and he.
I do not understand the joke.
I look him dead in the eye, and I give him a wink.
Get me off your shoulders! Get me off your shoulders!
His eyes widen, and you guys finally have an opportunity to really look at this character. Slip the halfling. He's stocky. He's about 3.5 feet tall. He's got thick brown hair and mutton chop kind of sideburns that come down the side of his face. He's got like creases around of his eyes that speak of a lot of laughter, and then furrows across his brow, the broader furrows that can reveal maybe some frowns as well. He's wearing a sort of a yellow sort of shirt, long sleeves, with a sort of waistcoat of brownish leather and leather trousers over the top. Actually, Eirys, as you look at him, you see that within this waistcoat sort of external jacket that he wears, there's a pocket on the inside with a book, a leather-bound book, not dissimilar in aesthetic to the one that Ella possesses. You guys sit down around him. Yeah, good to see you, Kylan. Nice armor, by the way. The name's Slip Triplesworthy. Apparently, Kylan thinks things are going to get nasty with the Syndicate, but they've already started all that business anyway, what with Trinstone and Valens and all that. You guys going to introduce yourself to him?
Brüz. Himself?
Hello, I'm Brüz.
Good to meet you.
And you too, sir.
Hello, I'm Ella.
Ella. Good to see a fellow shortkin.
Good to see you.
This is Nuru.
Howdy.
Oh, it's not often we see your kind in the city. It's not completely, unlikely.
Yeah,
But
same.
anyway, Kylan tells me that you're a capable bunch, and hopefully you're right. If his note tells me is true, and if I've read the code correctly, it's a brave thing that you're going to be doing. Kind of points at you, Yell. What's your name, son?
Yeah.
You want to fucking die? You keep blasting open doors like that. You want to survive? You're going to be a bit more careful. All right.
Oh, I know. That was purely to fit in with the act.
Mm-hmm.
The act of getting us killed, surely.
I mean,
no,
if
the
we
fact
come
that me and Ella
across-
ran around the town being tourists, like, for
Did what?
at least an hour.
Why?
Because...
To be not suspicious? Maybe?
Ella's
By
just got her head in her
drawing
hand.
attention.
Okay, that may
The
complicate
more
things.
innocent you act, the more people... Well, not innocent, but if you act like you're stupid, people will typically believe that you're stupid.
Yes, but the syndicate saw them at Trinstone, and now they're running around drawing attention to themselves.
That's true. I don't like that much.
Yeah, that's not very smart.
We were...
Listen, all right, it is what it
I
is.
thought we
gotta
just
make
saw
do.
them flying away.
Eirys, make a history check.
Um, 12?
Okay, you're really not sure. Obviously, the ones that were on the ground when you were around were flattened by giants. They aren't going to see anything. They're not going to say anything to anyone. They are dead. You remember running up to the second level of the Trinstone town. You remember hearing Arthrin scream after his cousin being taken away, and you remember seeing the griffins descend. You remember recognizing, oh god, I forgot his name.
Corin turned
Corin.
back and looked at me, which means he could have seen everyone.
I was super far back.
You're not sure if you remember
'Cause you stealthed
necessarily Corin.
To be fair, there's no
seeing you.
reason he would. Yeah, there's no reason he would link random villagers with you though, because there was also an orc bartender man, a dragonborn man, random humans. There's no reason he would assume that the people around you are directly associated with you.
It's difficult. Like you feel like he might have seen you. Like he
Like
might
he
have
might,
done.
might remember, but
Tieflings always stand out, though.
And it's
true.
Eirys. She'd rather err on the side of caution than
Yeah.
assume.
Yeah, it's fair.
Right. It is what it is, and to be honest, it's not the most subtle, but tourists do come into Trine and they do go through the markets, so it's something that you can work with. As for the rest of you, you're probably going to have to keep those disguises you've been using handy, because you may even have to make movements as if you were the things that you're disguised as, whether beggar, whether temple worker, whether whatever, just to sell the fact that you're here for that reason, while at the same time I do everything that I can to gather information about Captain Anya. Anyway, Kylan kind of turns around and says, do you have any information, Kylan? We've come to town on the promise that you knew stuff. I do. It's I'm not sure if it's something that you necessarily want to hear, Kylan. Oh, what are you talking about? I'm not sure. Slip. He kind of sits down on the bed next to him. These people, if I've learned anything about this group that we're working with, they appreciate honesty and being open with one another, sharing information. That's why our arrival was delayed. If you know anything, it's worth telling us. Well, for old time's sake, I'm going to tell you, but let me tell you, you're not going to like it.
Oh no.
Maureen has been moved. She's moved lodgings from her home to Broadview Chateau. Maureen. Yeah.
That's nothing to me.
Apparently she's listen, I'll get to you. All right. This is my friend, and I'll talk with him first. I'll get to you. Anyway.
I don't know who he's addressing.
He's addressing you.
Why?
Because you just said you don't know Maureen. You don't know who that is. Anyway, moving on.
To myself.
Oh, sorry. I don't know when you're talking in character or not.
Sorry, no. Sorry.
Anyway.
I'm just letting you know it was to myself.
In her husband's absence, she's been
He says
talking...
to herself.
In her husband's absence, she's been petitioning the council members up in the higher city to investigate some dubious goings on. And we all know the dubious goings on who they go through. She's probably in danger. I told her that, and I'm pretty sure that she's got eyes on her. She's moved to the Broadview Chateau. There's more people there. She's less likely to have anything suspect happen. Kylan turns very quiet. All right. Now, let me tell you, I don't want you to do anything stupid. I just wanted you to know that she's moved and that she's in a place that's probably safer than at home. Yes, that's good news. What did you find out about Captain Anya? Ah, right, yeah. Well, not so much, but I tell you, from what I've been piecing together from what you've told me, it's likely that any holding cell that they are using is going to be in the sewers. Maybe deeper in the mountainside of the city.
Got it. So I gotta start asking some rats.
Oh, well, if you had the ability to talk to rats, he kind of smiles a bit like half jokingly.
She can talk to rats.
I'm a sir.
Oh,
sir, I can talk to rats.
She can.
all right.
So could I.
Oh, well, why don't we have a rat party right here? I'm sure there's plenty around.
You can understand.
I like this guy.
I can go and get some now if you really need them. Seems a bit silly.
You know what? She's gonna activate her animal talking abilities right now.
Why?
Because we're in a building and she bets that there's probably house mice somewhere, and she basically just starts making a bunch of mouse noises that in mouse language more or less mean, hey, if there's any mice around here, I'm gonna leave out some cheese for y'all. Just give me a second. I promise.
Yep.
Not to just free cheese.
Make an animal handling check as you say that.
I'd say Brüz is going to
she's
tweet
going
along
to,
to also reassure them that
she's also going to
be safe.
I don't know, pull out an old piece of cheese from a one of the rations that.
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, you can roll with advantage because Brüz is helping you.
Yeah. Because she just wants to show off.
Roll twice, take the higher.
Okay, so the first one was 18. Second one was 16, so
Use
18 plus animal handling, which is plus 6, is a yes.
24. Wow. So you hear kind of around you, just at the very, very tip top of the range of your hearing, sort of a few sudden scuttles. Almost like the roofing beams around you between where the kind of wood of the walls of this room are and where the eaves that support the building. You hear too many. Later.
And she's like, mice are kind of shy. You're scaring the mice a little bit.
Perhaps we could step outside for the mice.
I mean, you
Perhaps
might
we
as
could get
well.
on with the conversation.
This is the weirdest group that you have ever brought to see me. He looks at Kylan.
I think I'm gonna talk to the mice real quick and ask them what they've seen around.
We'll tell you if anything important is.
Gotcha. So she's gonna go and just talk, just give the mice some cheese and talk to them about like what they've seen, if they've seen some shady folks or.
Joril is clearly
whatever.
talking to mice right now.
Yeah, she's just talking to mice.
So you need to move. Oh, basically, what you've picked up from the mice is that they don't want to approach the group because there's loads and loads of massive people.
Oh well, yeah, that's
why she's
understandable. They're mice.
She's going
So,
somewhere more.
If you're gonna go somewhere more quiet, maybe even like maybe outside or a place that there are less people in general, then that's fine. You can go out and do another animal handling check. Again, I'm going to give you advantage because it's quieter and because you've got your animal speech activated as well. Good.
Yeah, that druidic aura.
While you're doing that, Slip kind of watches Nuru leave and is like, fucking mental. Anyway, yes, we know. I'm certain. My big investigation has begun in the sewers, and I'm gonna see what direction that takes me. Obviously, me going into the sewers myself, it's wet down there. I'm kind of short. Not such a good swimmer, so I'm risking quite a lot by going down there myself.
Yeah, I can't swim.
Besides, I've also been preoccupied with the business of the, council member Plainstrode, obviously having to. Basically, she's been pretty stupid. She's been outspoken in a way that attracts all kinds of attention, and I'm worried that her life is in danger. And in telling her, I'm fairly certain my life might be in danger. That's what you've just arrived in the middle of. Anyway.
What does she be speaking out about?
Well, the illegal markets. There have been kidnappings around. I mean, word has reached the city of rumors of what's happened in Trendstone. The underground movements. Everyone knows about it, and everybody chooses to stay quiet. A knife in the dark is usually the response to, reporting anything.
What can you tell us about Valen's Kier?
Valen's Kier? Looks at Kylan, back at you. You haven't heard?
You've been a little out of touch.
The Amakirian clan are one of the noble families of Valen's Kier. In fact, the ruling family. It's a generational cycle. There's a group of noble families, and every generation another one takes the kingdom, as it were. The elves are like that. They're strange. Anyway, Emiriel Amakirian went missing some months ago, actually. We're not able to place anything on the syndicate directly, but had the kind of paw prints of the syndicate all over it. And after the Trinstone attack, well, that was another piece of the puzzle. They're becoming bolder. They're kidnapping key individuals of neighboring cities and provinces. Perhaps.
Do you know where Emiriel is being kept? Is it the same place as Anya?
I have absolutely no idea. Maybe.
Releasing prisoners is generally a good idea when you're trying to release a prisoner. Just release whoever you find.
Depends if we need a distraction.
I think it's safe to say if they're captured by the Syndicate, they're probably not fans of the Syndicate.
Plus, it could get us a good bounty.
Never hurts.
No, I'm sure none of us are motivated by gold. Anyway, that's pretty much all I know. I'll keep my ear to the ground, and I'll let Kylan and you know if I find out anything. It's just all a little bit on a knife edge recently. Yes, I know. Kylan kind of leans back on the bed and uses his arms to support him as he leans back. He wistfully gazes at the ceiling. I'm I'm gonna head to bed. What? Really? It's only the early afternoon. Yeah. Yeah, it's been a long journey. It's been a couple of pretty intensive days for me. I'll rest up. He gets up and he walks out. I'll speak with you all later.
What room are you in?
He kind of reaches to the key on inside of his pocket. Yeah, can I swap this key with anybody? To just get into one of the separate rooms.
I don't think we
Who else
actually
is
discussed
key?
the sleeping. We were
Yeah,
given
who's
3
gonna-
keys, and we didn't discuss the sleeping.
Yeah, who's gonna room with Kaylin? Good question.
share with
Arthrin,
Kylan.
you do. Okay, fine.
Arthrin. Go.
Oh,
That's also acceptable.
Use Thunderbolt.
Thunderbolt.
I listen. That was out of character. I wasn't using the accent.
I know. Arthrin kind of stands up, goes, all right. I'll bed in Kylan's room when it's nighttime, but I'm not tired yet. It's still the early afternoon. If Kylan wants to have a nap, then that's fine.
Yeah, I just figured.
Kylan nods and takes a key and goes, right. I'll speak with you later. He goes across the corridor to another room and lets himself inside, and the door closes.
Can Ella insight check Kylan?
Yes, go for
And I
it.
follow a second later.
Yep.
Yeah.
Ella's
Someone needs
gonna.
to.
I'd like to insight check him too, actually.
22.
Sounds like you got pretty good.
22 for Ella.
Mhm.
Okay.
25.
Okay. You both meet it. He's learned about this woman Maureen. He's been completely disengaged from the rest of the conversation since learning that. He was leaning backwards on the bed, staring. He's let himself away to have a nap. He's intending to go to the hotel. He's intending to go over there tonight.
The hotel. Oh, right, that one.
Meet up with Maureen.
Yeah.
Okay.
So Ella
I don't
and
know. I have
Eirys
no
have
idea what his name
basically pieced that together. Eirys, you kind of make eye contact with Ella, who looks at you in a knowing manner that you're not used to, as if she's switched on in the way that you are to what's going on. You get
I
up.
narrow my eyes because that's weird.
You stand up
carry on.
and you move out into the corridor, and you hear the of the door closing. You see it.
I don't believe he's going to go sleep. I don't know what he's planning on doing.
Do I hear the door lock? Just shut.
You just hear it shut.
Okay, I'm gonna walk in.
As you do, the door opens inwards and it kind of clatters into him, and he goes, Eirys, what's up? What are you doing?
I step inside and close the door if I can. If he's moved.
Yeah. He accommodates you, and he kind of shakes himself. He says, "I shouldn't have hesitated," and he locks the door.
I could have been the syndicate.
Anyone could be the syndicate. Listen, we both know that.
Even me.
If you're going over there, I'm coming with you, at least to keep watch.
Over where?
I give him a knowing look.
I'm going over by cover of night. I'm not going to need my armor. I think
Bet you're not.
I'm going to. What does that mean?
Nothing.
I want to make sure she's safe. And I can't go straight in the front door, otherwise eyes will see me. I need to be stealthy, and my heavy armor isn't going to allow for that, so it'll be plain clothes, it'll be cover of night, and it'll
Very
be a
good.
climb. I don't anticipate. I'm not asking you to come with me.
No, but you need to make sure she's safe, and I need to make sure you're safe.
Very well.
You know, the Syndicate might know where she is as well, and I know that that means you're all the more desperate to go and check on her, but be careful, because their eyes could be on you and you could be leading them to her.
We've literally only just arrived in town. From what Slip is saying, it's more likely that they've had her eyes on her for a while, and if she's moving from her home, she's in danger.
Do you have any idea why she would have moved, other than this generic danger? Do you think it's to do with your son? Maybe they're trying to move her somewhere you don't know where she is, so they have more leverage on you?
I don't know. It could be. I'll know more if I see her, if I talk to her, I don't know that if the Syndicate has moved her. It would be easier for the Syndicate to have her in a place where they'd be able to find her without any issue. It's probably more... It's probably something that she's chosen to do herself. Maybe similar to what we'll be doing. We'll be moving between taverns every night. And maybe Maureen is doing the same.
Where were you planning on meeting the Syndicate? What did they tell you?
They told me that they would know where I was and that they would contact me.
Right. I hate to say this, but maybe it would be better if we weren't staying in the same hotel, the same inn or tavern. If they come to find you, they will also find all of us.
That's true. All right.
What if you stayed in the hotel with her?
Well,
That would make sense.
You can make sure she's safe. I know where you are. I can stake it out. And them coming to find you won't lead them to us.
seems about as good an idea as any, and I'm not averse to seeing Maureen again. Right.
It'd be believable.
Yeah. Hiding in plain sight.
A lot more subtly than Yella and Ella.
Maybe in that case I can simply head on over. Syndicate will know where I'd be anyway. No need to be subtle.
That's true.
Right. My bags are behind you. There's probably no point in wasting any time. I might as well head over to the Broadview Chateau now.
And in your fancy armor. Impress her.
I'll be able to wear it. Seen a bit of scratches, some damage. He kind of reaches to his right pauldron where there's a huge sort of forged repair to a great smiting wound that he sustained in the past.
Do I know how he got that?
No.
How did you get that?
Oh, this. Orcs. Obviously not all of the dangers that I've fought in my time in the Ufelian military has been chasing after the shadows of the Syndicate. There was a large orc rebellion. Oh, when was it? 10, 20 years? Somewhere around then?
A while ago.
Difficult to remember. Smote in the shoulder. Almost lost the arm.
Hate to see the other guy.
He's dead.
Thought he might be.
Though it wasn't me who struck the killing blow. I got rent so painfully I collapsed, and my partner managed to finish him off. My goodness, he was young. So young, he was barely a teenager. He was my squire. I call him my partner, but he was my squire. Yes. Poor child.
Is he still alive?
Yes. Yeah, Sean. He had a run of looking after provincial territories, and he's now captain of the guard here, actually.
You have to drop in sometime. Keep up the charade.
Well, indeed. I'll pop in to see Captain Emerton. Yeah.
I think me and Kyro should go with you.
Really?
Not obviously, of course. We'll stick to the shadows.
Well, if you're concerned for me, then I suppose that makes sense. As long as you know that you can move undetected.
I know I care, and Kyro's pretty good too.
Well, if you're sure, then you can come along.
Give me 10 minutes, and then just head out.
I'll pack my things.
I'll be following.
I unlock the... I unlock. Kylan unlocks the door, and you head on out. He closes the door behind you, and you hear the lock mechanism engage.
I walk into the other room and give Kyro a nod, like a "come outside and talk to me" nod.
Key goes there.
All right.
Hey, Kylan's heading over to that place the lady called Maureen is being kept. I want you and I to keep tabs on him.
Yes.
Hidden tabs.
Yes.
All right, we leave in 10 minutes.
Okay.
Back in the other room, Slip kind of like...
I have plans.
Slip kind of is talking to Ella. He's pulled into his waistcoat pocket and he pulls out the book. I tell you, a little bit of study, you can learn all kinds of things. All kinds of things. You're obviously some kind of cleric, right?
Oh yes, yes.
Nothing,
yes, I am.
nothing the mind can do. Nothing nothing that those deities can do that your mind can't do more better. I tell you.
What?
What?
Well, I brought someone back to life after they died.
What? You're fucking lying.
No, I'm not, Sunny Jim.
Well, I tell you, maybe that is a story that's best told over another drink. I'm gonna go back downstairs.
I am part wizard.
You're fucking lying.
Do I look like I'm lying?
Yeah, you got cleric armor on.
Oh. Well,
Oh, and that means that they're definitely a thing.
I'm mostly cleric, but
I managed to create a whole sentence that was coherent. Didn't use magic.
He folds his arms. Well, if you're a wizard,
hang on. I pull out my spellbook.
holy fuck!
I rolled an 18 at talking to mice, by the way.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, I am coming to that. I am coming to that. He kind of looks really interested. He's like, oh, fucking fantastic! You're not actually lying. He kind of like approaches your spell book, and he holds out his, and he kind of like.
Oh, he's a wizard too.
He kind of like he indicates that you can look inside his spell book if he can look inside yours.
Oh,
nice.
By all means.
When wizards meet, this is kind of just like don't want to tread on your toes, but it'll be really interesting to see what spells
if you
want to
check out mine, I'll show you.
Yeah, totally.
You'll see Ella's eyes are very like wide and big, and it's like really fighting the urge to jump up and down on the spot.
Yeah.
So describe Ella's spellbook. So I don't remember it being described.
You could have made it your own by now.
Oh, okay. Oh god, It's sort of like probably a brown leather cover to it. And then it's got sort of like in, I don't know, I don't think gold writing, but just sort of like a black writing on imprinted writing. Just says Ella's. And then if you open it up, it says Ella spellbooks, hands off. No peeking.
All right.
Private property.
So
Yeah, she's just kept it very simple.
you open the spell book and you find the following spells that you're able to follow, like the descriptions and stuff. You find a description for an alarm spell. You recognize catapult. There's a spell that apparently is around increasing your maneuverability, like enabling you to move faster in smaller spaces of time. You've got Featherfall, don't you?
Yes.
Identifies here. You've got that as well.
What that?
There's a spell about enchanting the air around your form to solidify and increase your armor. And there's also a magic missile description as well. There's a spell intended to send targets in a small space to sleep. And there's more powerful spells here as well, with potential to grip enemies and to cause such a loud burst of noise that it would potentially cause enemies to explode. Yeah.
Hey, Slick.
Huh? What?
When we come back and we've done our little mission,
all right. Yep.
don't suppose fancy teaching a little gnome some of your spells?
Oh, by gone. I mean, we'd need to acquire materials for you to transcribe it into your spell book, but I could certainly give you some pointers, some training. Yeah, that sounds like really exciting. But I got to ask, I'm looking in yours, and there's a couple of little pieces here that I might be interested in as well.
Really?
How about we do a bit of a trade-off?
Okay.
I mean, this one. Am I reading this correctly? You can create a cone of fire.
I can.
You know, burning hands, yes.
Oh, burning hands, yes.
That's awesome, and.
You want me to show you?
You kind of like raise your hands up.
In the wooden tavern, please no.
Please don't.
Not
please
in the
don't.
tavern.
Wooden
Oh,
tavern, please no. Please no, Ella.
Oh, okay. Sorry. I got excited. Sorry.
Oh, I'd certainly be interested in learning that one.
It's very good.
Get me out of some nasty scrapes.
Yeah, and if you aim for the butt, it makes them jump.
I actually attempted to take a look inside the sewers myself. I learned that the waterways are deeper than me, and I also learned that I might need to add to my repertoire of destructive spells. What kinds of foul beasties down there? Ugh.
Aw, boy.
Watch out for slimes.
Oh.
You are more than welcome to.
And very large rats.
Yeah. All right. Anyway, yeah. If we can pull together some money, we can do a bit of a trade, a swapsies. Anyway.
Deal.
Yeah. Extends his hand.
And I shake it really hard.
Whoa. Wow. Anyway, I'm going to head back downstairs. Want to give up the appearance that I'm a slovenly layabout. because I am a slovenly layabout. He gets off the bed and he walks downstairs.
Please, want your spell back. Can I have mine back, please?
Oh, I'm assuming that you've swapped back.
Oh.
Yeah. Cool. So, in essence, the rest of the day is yours. It's probably mid-afternoon by now. The rest of you, I guess, are gonna stick around in the tavern.
Oh, I still need to talk to my mice.
Yeah, excuse me, Nero. Thank you. It was at 18, wasn't it?
Yeah.
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 You roll the dice. You wait for a couple of minutes, and there's some pattering, and 3 mice kind of appear from underneath the building and scuttle towards you. You kneel down, and they kind of like raise up on their rear legs and look up at you.
Ah.
Hello. Hi.
Hello. Here, I have some cheese.
Wow, thank you. And they jump at it and
no need to be afraid.
They tear off at it in little pieces. They kind of look back up.
Anyway, while I got your ears right now, I had a few questions about some. You see any shady folks around? Maybe wearing black leathers, and they might have like a weird tattoo that looks da-da-da-da-da, describe.
Yeah. They kind of look to each other. They look back up. I can't really think of a voice for these mice. Forgive me. They tell
That's
you
pretty whispery. It sounds like
they tell you that they see that figures like that in and amongst the shadows of the alleyways all the time, and that's one of them scuttles across to the back of the alleyway that you're currently in. You've kind of come out of the tavern, you turned right again, and followed the alleyway around the back of the building.
Yeah.
One of them kind of moves over to what looks like a large metal disc, a manhole cover of sorts, like industrially forged by means that you're not sure you understand. But he kind of like stands back up on top of it, and he tells you that this is an entrance to the sewers, and sometimes this particular entrance get used, but these covers are all over the city, entering into the sewer system. And
yeah, but if they're using this one in particular, it means like it's a frequently trafficked zone, or it's close to something.
It's one of them. Obviously, they have a whole network. So
yeah,
you don't know.
She thanks the mice, gives the rest of her cheese to them, and tells them to keep out of trouble.
One of them gives you a little salute, and they scuttle away.
That's adorable.
Okay. 10 minutes after Eirys' discussion...
She will come back and report her findings to the rest of the group.
Okay. So you're all aware that there's an entrance to an underground network of sewers that are underneath the city. Primary purpose, of course, is for dealing with waste, but also it is a thoroughfare for nefarious agents of the syndicate as well.
And sounds like they're, at least that particular manhole, some of the mice saw some shady folks going down there, so I don't know, maybe it's a hot spot or something.
It's a very good place to start.
Anyway, so Eirys, Kyro.
Getting a map of the sewer would be good.
Yeah.
Hi.
Yeah, who has a map of the sewer?
Good question.
A good question.
Something to find out today.
Kyro and Eirys, Kylan comes with his belongings all on his back, and says, "Well, I'm going to head over now. We'll look after each other, keep each other safe. Good luck on what you find, and I will. I'll meet you. I'll tell you what. I'll send Rook with a note. with the name of the tavern that we're to meet at next. We'll say tomorrow night, 1 day's time.
All right.
I'll tell you anything that I found out, and hopefully you can do the same.
Keep your eyes peeled and stay safe, Kylan.
You as well.
Do you two have a cipher or something?
Nothing as complex as Thieves' Cant. I think for what we're intending to do, a simple note with the name of a tavern on, even if it is intercepted, wouldn't have the time, so we should be all right. Having said that, if you have any loose code that I could use, I would be able to
You could
use it.
send directions there from our tavern, so if it's intercepted en route, even if they know how to follow the directions, they won't know where from.
I like that.
That's a good idea. I'll do that.
That's really smart.
Anyway, I will see you all soon. Eirys, Kyro, take your time. Don't follow too closely.
We'll give you some.
See you later.
Roll some stealth.
He moves down the stairs into the main thoroughfare, past the fire pit, and out the door.
Okay, we follow as stealthily as possible.
Each of you must roll stealth checks.
Thank God. 28.
28.
Yeah.
I'm not doing very well.
Huh.
Did you
Ooh,
get?
heck.
Oh no.
Okay. Eirys, you kind of pull up your.
It's quite obvious that I'm following him, I suppose.
Yeah.
Can I do anything to keep him in check? Do I notice?
I mean, you definitely
I was gonna
notice I'm
say,
not being very stealthy.
Yeah.
If you were mentioning prior to this that you were going out to do something like this, Brüz might have cast his Blessing of the Trickster to give a boost, but never mind. Next time.
Yeah.
God, I
You
wish.
know, could have literally made you both invisible, but hey.
Yeah. I wasn't thinking about that. I just thought I could do something that I'm usually can do.
Yeah, that's fine.
And Eirys doesn't like that.
Yeah.
So yeah.
I don't know what's going on.
You step out of the tavern, and the sun is just in the wrong place in the sky, and it shines in your face, and you're just like, ugh, and sudden your drow.
Maybe
heritage
somebody
kicks
just
in.
comes up and starts talking to me. Can that be what happens?
What's happening is you're trying your best to like stay in the shadows of the building, but the sun is all over the street, and it's really difficult to get to a position where you're sure that you're not seen because the sunlight's really blinding you, and for some reason it's
I
really
guess I've
intense
lost
now.
sight of Kaylin.
Get over here.
I'm gonna go wherever that is.
Yeah, I would say that you can hear it. You stumble across. There's an adjacent alleyway on the other side of the road, and as soon as you're in the
Why are all
shadow,
the buildings reflective?
People here aren't drow.
I'll let you guys try again.
I won't look at the buildings this time.
27.
Oh boy.
It's gonna be a 1, isn't it?
Hope not. No, it's a 21. Yay.
Okay.
I'm competent.
I love he was like, as long as you can be sure you're not going to be seen. It's like, don't worry, me and Kyro have got this.
I'm not used to buildings that are reflective. There are too many windows.
You
Yeah,
guys,
that's right. You're blind.
you guys make your way in the shadow of the buildings on the other side of the street to one intersection, and as you go, you notice Kylan is kind of walking, and he's glanced around at one point because I think he could hear what was happening, but as he kind of glances around again, he looks around blindly. He doesn't see where you guys are anymore. He turns and he continues walking. It's a big city. It's a journey of significantly over an hour to get to the space where the lower city, which is relatively level with the plains, begins to rise, and the roads become better paved with smoother stone instead of cobblestones. And as it rises up, the buildings begin to become more ornate as well, to the point where let me just take a look at my notes. Yeah. There are high-rising spires, towers, and domes overlooking the city. And actually, you guys can see Kyro with some discomfort. A gigantic dome, like in amongst the sort of more ornate buildings at the top of the city, and appears to be made of a, ironically enough, reflective glass-like material with some color element to it. You kind of move your head away so that your eyes don't get so affected by it. Different shapes of different colors, highly reflected in the late afternoon light. You guys make your way across to where the road it widens in general and slopes upwards, and the buildings begin to really become regal. There's ornate architecture. Some buildings almost as ornate as like sort of UK House of Commons sort of level. And actually, you pass by near where that large glass dome is, and those buildings there. Perhaps, Eirys, you remember this is a university, and a temple of Iyun attached. And you guys make your way to, on the tail of Kylan, he approaches a hotel. It's made up of a number of finely made stone walls, and one that kind of curves around in a kind of arc, like a section of a circular sort of wall. And you can see facing out towards where the road descends and looking out over the city, similarly curved windows on the first floor and the second floor and the third floor, amidst all manner of statue decorations around these windows, gargoyles, more elegant sort of humanoid sort of female figures.
Looks very climbable.
Very much so. Kylan, however, goes straight by this and into the main entrance, which is around that curved wall on the right-hand side. You see him turn and step in. What would you guys like to do?
I would like to stake out around the building and see if I just can see if anyone's watching the building or loitering.
Make a perception check. Kyro, if you would like to as well.
I would like to as well, yes.
Yeah.
Although I will have disadvantage.
16.
On the left-hand side of where you're currently standing, on the other side of the road from where the hotel is, there is a manhole cover. There is there's a number of buildings, but you see that one of them on the right is like a one-story, maybe 2-story, but like with an attic sort of deal, house with a slate roof that I'm trying to think of the words. It's like slanted in a way that makes a jump from the from that roof to the first floor set of like statues and ornate sort of decoration on the exterior of this hotel quite doable. And
yes, it's very
as it curves around. What was the perception check? Sorry,
I had a 20, but it ended up being a 12 because it's just
12.
that bright.
Eirys, what was yours?
I'm a 16.
16. I'm going to give you this because you're looking very carefully. You see at the second floor, you can see the kind of like circular nature of these windows that curve around on several stories. On the second row from the ground of windows, standing, looking out over the city, you see the figure of a human woman. It's a few minutes as you're kind of perusing everything around, taking stock of everything that you can see, and you're able to detect that she turns around and her gait changes.
Okay.
And she hastily walks away from the window.
Was this the window that was close to the building alongside it, but you said it was jump.
There's a vaultable jump between that roof and the first story, and the window that she was at the second floor.
Okay, was it like directly underneath her?
You take a look. It seems that there's enough gargoyles, statues, handholds naturally around there to get up there. You don't know if the windows there can necessarily be opened, but you haven't necessarily done an investigation of the rest of the building. There might be potential entry points elsewhere.
Okay.
Like a back door?
Potentially. There's obviously a little bit of an alleyway between that building with the slanted roof and the hotel itself.
I'll carry on doing a sweep for potential entrances / exits, and again for anyone who might be keeping an eye on the building.
Yeah.
We'll just go around in the opposite direction and meet in the middle.
Sure. Investigation checks for both.
Oh, better. Not much better.
Aww. 6.
12.
12. Kyro, you kind of walk around the exterior of the building. As you walk around, you see the main entrance is kind of a ornate sort of doorway and porch built into the stone. On your right, there's a walkway that actually goes straight above you, leading to another building on the left-hand side. You continue around, an alleyway breaks into the right-hand side. You walk down it, and there is a dead end. You actually have to turn around and double back and around, not really discovering much apart from, again, that walkway over the main road.
Walkway. And that connects the fancy building to...
another building on the other side of the road.
Okay, so if one were to go into that building, you could cross that walkway and get inside of...
Yeah, it's made of bricks. It's got windows in it. Yeah, it's like it's part of the architecture. Yeah, and Eirys, at the same time, you walk down the alleyway between the house that I've mentioned and the hotel. You walk a little ways, looking up to your left at the stories that are there, and you do see a side window on every story. So the second one up would theoretically lead into the room that you've just identified. You don't massively pick up much more than that.
Okay, I'm just gonna sit next to the building and pretend to be a beggar again.
Okay, yeah, easy enough.
Just keep watch.
Okay.
Still trying to be like stealthily and inconspicuous, but if anyone sees me, I'm just a beggar.
Sure. Make another stealth check.
Well, I'm using luck. That was a natural one. Just sit there and start clanging pots. 24.
Okay. You position yourself in this alleyway. It's slightly shadowy, but a few minutes go by, and you're not quite aware of how the shadows are moving. A guard kind of walks past the main thoroughfare. Kyro, you just actually, Kyro, can you make a self check as well?
Yep.
I'm assuming that you're trying to stay undetected.
Hey, 25.
25.
Yeah, I might as well.
You detect that there's a guard coming, and actually what you do is you vault
Do
round.
I?
Say again?
Oh, sorry, go ahead. Oh, I was just going to ask if, are we supposed to be, like, keeping an eye on Kaylin specifically? Is that the goal here?
Yeah,
I'm assuming that's the goal.
You know.
In that case, I saw him go inside, yes?
Yeah.
That means I, too, should go inside, or at least figure out what room he's in.
Okay.
Not sure how.
At the moment, what's happening is
Is this
you're
a
hearing...
public building? Can I just go inside of it?
It's a hotel.
Yeah, you can certainly do that if you want. You hear a guard coming, and in that stealth roll, you're like, ooh, I'm a drow. I don't know if this guard's going to like me. So you decide on the spur of the moment to run up the wall and vault up to the walkway, pulling yourself up to underneath where the masonry is.
And, I like that, yes.
And the guard that approaches, they never look up. So he doesn't see you. Eirys, you see Kyro, the movement of Kyro bolting up the walkway on the far side of this little kind of road
I think I'm gonna
clearing
try
sort of
to go
space.
That's how you know the difference between like people on the surface and Drow. Drow always look up. Freaking cloakers, man.
Eirys, you see that Kyro moves, and so what you choose to do is readjust your stealth position, which effectively changes your natural one to a position where you can't be seen. The guard walks by. The shadows lengthen further, and night begins to fall. Kyro, are you going inside?
Whoa, time has passed. Oh yeah. I think I need to go figure out where Kaelin is and try to pay attention.
Yep. Are you just going to walk inside?
I guess so.
Yep. You walk inside. It's an elaborate, like, wonderfully decorated entryway. There's a large chandelier immediately above you as you walk in, and there's a large, beautifully ornate stair with winding stone banisters on either side of it, and that splits into two halfway up and leads into the further corridors that make the rooms of this chateau. On the left hand side, I'll say that's easy enough for you to see.
Okay.
You see on the left hand side an elaborately created and varnished mahogany desk, and at the desk is an elven male on duty. He's got long, straight blonde hair, a long, thin nose, and as he looks at you,
Legolas.
his eyes squint, and he says, "Yes, can I help you?"
Oh, it is Ron Burgundy. I have many leather-bound books.
Rich carved mahogany.
Sorry.
Do you like my desk? Welcome.
Yes.
Sorry, that's not what you said.
Okay, good. Sure.
Okay.
I beg your pardon.
No, that's fine. Ah, my notes. What a mess. Did anybody write down the name of the hotel?
Yes.
Which one?
I have it. It was the Broadview Chateau.
Broadview Chateau, thank you.
Yeah.
Welcome to the Broadview Chateau. May I help you?
I should hope so. I'm looking for a man named Kylan. He should have come through here recently. I was told to meet with him.
Kylan, the knight in the armor.
Yes, that would be him.
I was here for Maureen Plainstrode. I can send a messenger up to the room. You'll forgive me if I don't send you up there in person.
I suppose that I could forgive you.
He holds his hand out, and a small stone kind of just levitates into his hand, and he holds it to his lips. Bartholomew, please go into room 27.
Does he have a stone of far speech?
I recognize the name Bartholomew. Bartholomew is the one who is supposed to be given the ring.
Yep. He loves the princess.
Maybe. I don't know any other Bartholomews.
There can only be one.
In the whole world.
A kind of early 20s, half-elven male kind of scuttles down the stairs on the right-hand side of this, where it branches into two. He's in a formal sort of linen attire. He has a bellboy cap on. Kind of like he kind of paces over, just like, yes, hi. Please head up to room 27 and let the guests within know that they have a visitor. Your name?
Kyro.
Kyro. Here to see Kylan, the knight who's just checked in. Right. Okay. He turns away and he scuttles up the stairs. A few minutes pass. And a few minutes later, Kylan sort of steps down the stairs. He's got the Bartholomew, this bellboy, in front of him. He steps towards you, Kyro, and he goes, "Ah, fantastic, Kyro. Good to see you. Thank you for coming." Extends his hand.
I take his hand.
He shakes it warmly. Ah, fantastic. Yeah. Ah. Why don't we go outside for just a bit of fresh air?
Yep. He goes with him outside.
He kind of walks around, he kind of glances, and he moves around to the alleyway that Eirys is currently in. Eirys, you hear the both of them coming. You maintain your stealth position, moving further down the space. Kylan doesn't get very far before he kind of turns to you, Kyro, and goes, "Right, we're trying to be subtle here."
Yes.
What were you doing, Kyro?
Listen, I didn't actually ask either of you to come, but you've come, Eirys tells me, to keep watch for anything edgy, anything dangerous. Do you have anything to tell me, seeing as I'm out here? Any movements?
Well, one, the guy at the desk will let just pretty much anyone figure out where you are, so that's something, I guess.
Yeah, I mean these high-paid people don't particularly care about the integrity of their guests. That's
This place is probably not safe to stay at for any length of time.
It's as safe as anywhere.
No, maybe Kyro might be right. I'm not sure if Maureen would be willing to pack up and go straight away, but I'm sure I can convince her. I'm certain I can convince her to move tomorrow.
Okay.
Anyway,
That's a great way to test their security. Just have the Drow walk up and be like, "I want to know where this guy is." If they answer, then it's
I'm pretty sure
shady.
anyone could find you.
listen, I'm selling the lie that obviously I've come to meet Maureen. I'm selling the lie that I'm here on an affair, right? And that effectively isn't really a lie as such. Anyway, listen.
The best lies are things that aren't true.
Right. I'm using that to broadcast where I am to the syndicate.
On purpose.
On purpose. I know what I'm doing. And the help that I need from you is to make sure nobody spies on us. Nobody. Yeah. Does that make sense?
Okay, that's going to be difficult to do from outside the building, but
he kind of looks around. You might use the roofs of the buildings around as a better vantage point. We're on the second story. It's the second row of windows up from the bottom.
Should I just stop anyone dressed like me who tries to enter the hotel, though? Because
I'm suspecting that members of the syndicate probably won't be walking through the door. They have a reputation of working in the shadows.
If they're not going through the front door, then they're
I did go through
suspicious.
the front door.
It's true, you did go through the front door. What I'll do is I'll head back in, and if there's any major need, I'll
just tell me what room you are so I can look at your window. That's literally all I needed.
Oh, it's the entirety of that window on the second floor.
Okay, thanks.
And several adjoining.
That he doesn't need to be here anymore.
Right. Cool. Subtlety, stealth. Kind of looks Eirys like a little bit intently and. Actually, no. Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, you came out.
Yeah, we really should have talked before you went inside of the building.
I had imagined that you understood what the brief was, but okay. He heads inside. Okay. By now, night has truly descended. I'm assuming everybody else is just gonna stand fast at the hotel, unless anyone else has any other business.
The bookstore that Ella spoke of.
Yeah.
Briefly.
Mm-hmm.
Brüz would have been curious of that.
Okay.
And if Eirys and Kyro have wandered off, Brüz will say, where was that bookstore you said? I might like to take a look.
Mm-hmm.
Oh! I'll show you.
Why, thank you.
Okay. You make your way back over. There's enough time in the day for you guys to do that. Yeah, there's all manner of, again, as described earlier, history books. There are some spell scrolls here. There's a sale. It's 500 gold pieces per. Yeah.
Brüz walks up to the fellow behind the counter.
Yes, hello.
Good day, sir. I have already been informed. Substantial assemblage of stock here, but wondered perhaps, in amongst your books and things, whether or not you a collector or holder of interesting trinkets of magical and curious natures. I can't claim to be the formally educated folk that might make work of a spell book, mind you, but like things that are curious and entertaining.
Usually my store wouldn't sell those natures. It's only literature that would come off these shelves. But I happen to have come across something today that's incredibly curious. See what you make of this.
Do tell.
He pulls out the bard clothes.
You know, I think I've seen an outfit just like this.
Oh, really?
They seem to be very common.
Common?
Actually, I think didn't that fella Yell have those?
Yeah,
I think I ever saw them.
Well, I mean, he was probably carrying them at some point.
In his backpack, perhaps.
Never mind.
Yeah.
Never mind. She doesn't know.
Well, I'm sure I've been verified in convincing terms that this is quite a rare specimen. It appears to have the capacity to fit itself to whoever holds it, which is a unique property. Apparently, it has the ability to give one a silver tongue.
I see.
I would say that it would be worth, well, I'm selling these spell scrolls for 500 gold pieces. This is 1,000 gold, at the very least.
Well.
What do you think I made
that
that
is
money?
far too rich for my blood, it seems.
Oh,
but
wow.
if you are not one to ordinarily carry such curiosities, do you know somebody who might? Another purveyor of interesting things.
Well, see what you can find around the market. I know that there's a jeweler's further up the mountain. They tend to sometimes dabble in enchantments of that variety.
Yes.
Yeah.
Anywhere else? Somewhere that you wouldn't normally send your customers because they are obviously far too sensible to entertain themselves with frivolous things, but someone perhaps who has been there a long time and just seems to find things.
Oh, bloody hell. I'm sorry, I wish I could help you. Natural one.
Nura's gonna sort of slightly embarrassed to be asking, but she's gonna ask him, hey, you wouldn't happen to have any books about tabaxis just in general?
Well, that's an interesting question, my dear. Let me see what I can find. He's going to roll with advantage because double 17s, that'll do. He kind of moves into the more kind of non-fiction section, the histories of the different peoples, and in amongst all of the tomes, some of them particularly well-crafted, leather-bound sort of stuff, he finds sheaths of papers that are bound together with little more than stapled in holes and small batches of twine.
Wow.
Keeping the papers together. This looks to be the only significant work.
She looks a little disappointed, but she's gonna look at it anyway.
Yeah.
Just to see what it is. What is it?
It reads, "Marks made by the paws," and it's like almost like a bit of a census, like a record of the different wandering peoples of your kind. Yeah, you can.
Curiosity now.
Yeah.
She's like, I'll take it. How much is it?
Oh, that little thing. Looks at you. 5 gold pieces.
Oh, come on. It's a census report. 5 gold pieces?
Make a persuasion check.
That's not.
She knows when she's being had. Okay, persuasion. She's not the most persuasive, but. Okay, that's a 12.
Yeah. I mean, you could always go somewhere else. Probably wouldn't find a piece like this.
She's just squinting so hard at him. Gives him his freaking gold like, here you go, whatever.
Oh, it's a pleasure doing business. You're upstanding.
She sticks her tongue out at him.
Well, what a great representative for your
takes
people.
her census record and starts like obsessively flipping through it, and just because there's the off chance that what if she's in there? What if any of her relatives are in there?
Make an
She
investigation
doesn't
check.
know.
Yeah, make an
Like
investigation check.
she's of course like looking for her own name first, because it's like she knows that was her given name from her blood relatives, so there's no reason it wouldn't be written as is.
Do you know what your family name is? It's not on
No.
Beyond.
No, she doesn't know what her family name is.
Make an investigation
Her
check.
adoptive family name is Blunderbottom, but that's her adoptive family. When they found her, she was like 3, and she knew how old she was and her first name.
Yep.
So, let's see. Roll investigation?
Yes. As you get through this book to see if you
Okay.
can find yourself.
She rolls a 5.
A 5?
Yeah, a 5.
You kind of get to the it's roughly alphabetized, and it's done by the names of clans, none of which you recognize. You don't know when this was even made. Because each clan is separate. Each one has been alphabetized. You find the end section of the first clan. No Nuru. Second clan. Okay, there are 4 Nurus in this clan. The next one.
She finds out her name is really common.
Only 1 Nuru in this clan, fun. And the next one. None. Next one. None.
It's like
it's like you get as
she's
far.
Like this is nothing.
You get as far as identifying that your name obviously has been used for other people. You get as far as, effectively, like you can spend a bit more time like taking a look at the Nurus in the couple of clans that you found Nurus in.
Yeah.
But yeah, maybe
and trying to figure out like oh, this one has 12 grandchildren, so not me.
I mean, yeah. That would take further reading, I guess.
Yeah. So she's gonna.
It's something.
But yeah, she'll work on that later.
Okay.
She's just gonna pack that away, and it'll be a part of her ongoing investigation.
Yeah.
Brüz is going to head towards the jewelers.
Okay.
I'm not entirely sure if he realized and waited if Nuru had stopped to spend time with the book, but he wasn't walking very fast.
Sure. All right.
Sure, Nuru could catch up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You actually make a freaking intelligence check. You were given some vague directions up the mountain to find the jewelers, but yeah.
Oh.
So.
Okay.
Niru's not paying attention. She's just behind him and vaguely walking after him while reading.
It's getting late. We need to finish this game soon.
Yeah.
I rolled luck and
Okay.
got because the first roll was a natural 1, but my so that comes up to an 18.
Okay. You head towards like the oh, by now I guess your disguise would have faded, unless you want to reuse it.
He's currently sort of just in like long cloak and hood mode for the cloak.
Sure.
So his hooves are out of sight. Tail is kind of swept up, and he's keeping his hood long. So it's only really just the long beard.
You start making your way towards the where you believe the jewelers to be further up the city. A couple of things occur to you on the way. The first is that, oh man, the upper levels of the city, that's a long way away. That's like over an hour to walk, maybe even 2. And the second is, you have a vague idea that it's up there, but you're not specifically informed as to where. The combination of those two things make you think, well, it might be closed by the time I get there.
It's getting late in the day.
It is, yes. So you start walking along, and you feel like you could probably ask for directions more directly, but you're not sure if it would be open even.
So Brüz will kind of looked up at the city and gone, perhaps I'll have to do this a bit early if we have a chance tomorrow. Now, where was that tavern? And he's going to sort of stare about and go, I think it was that way, and just kind of take the smoothest downhill away from him.
It's getting late in the day, right?
Yes.
Yeah. How many shifts does she have in a day? Like 2?
Oh, wild shapes. 2.
Yeah. Okay. No, she's gonna hold on to it because you never know.
Yep, for sure. You guys make your way back to the tavern. It takes a while. The sun is descending east-west. Yeah, behind the mountains, on the other side of this vast valley in which sits the city of Trine. The temperature begins decreasing, and you guys rest up. Unless, of course, you're looking out over the Broadview Chateau. I'm very nearly done. Can Eirys and Kyro make perception checks one more time?
Okay.
After it gets to a point when, like, generally the first shift on watch would be over, Eirys is going to suggest that, Kyro can go back and rest, and she wants to stay. Sure. Even if it means exhaustion.
Yeah, for sure.
Was it perception? I rolled really well.
No.
27.
27. Okay.
We'll do
Kira.
shifts.
Okay. Just bear with me. Thank you. It's been a long one, this one. You guys have done really well.
That's awesome.
You guys 27. You're not sure how the figure got there. But the figure, a shadowy armor clad, a couple of short swords strapped on the back, is sitting, has moved to the top of the roof of the hotel, and is glancing over the top down at the small window that you discovered earlier on today. So is looking down.
I did during the kind of
The face
time
disappears.
between I moved up onto the roof on the other building, not on the hotel.
Okay, I'm going to say because you had enough time, you'd have been able to take your time with that, time it, and you'd be up there.
I'm lying low though, trying to stay out of sight.
Can you just roll the stealth check, actually?
Yep. Roll good. Roll better. I'm using luck. Oh, thank goodness. 29. That was like a 3 to a 19.
29 was that?
Yeah. Yeah.
That's really,
last luck of the day.
that's really interesting.
Oh no.
That's really interesting.
Oh no.
That's where I end it for today.
You saw the figure. The figure looked straight down towards your direction from the top of the roof.
Uh-oh.
And doesn't react to where you are.
Who,
Looking-
Kyro?
No, to where you are, Eirys.
He sees. Oh
No, he. Yeah. You. Yeah. The face disappears over the roof.
I'm probably just somewhere not too far away from you.
Can you roll
Transfer.
stealth, Kyro, just as
Yeah.
sake? Yeah.
I probably just found a corner or something.
Yeah, sure.
22.
22. All right. The figure that you can see disappears out of view over the top of the roof of the hotel.
It's got like my back to a statue or something.
Yeah. Kyro,
Yes.
what's your armor class?
Oh boy. My armor class is listed somewhere on my sheet. I should know what it is by heart, but I don't.
Does a 23 hit you?
Oh yes, it does.
No! Do I
I've
see
been
him?
hit.
Do I hear him?
You're like I'm right by you specifically because we're taking shifts, and
Yeah.
you would need to wake me up at some point.
So you're
You-
nearby?
Take,
Yes, nearby.
4, 5, 6, 7. You
I
take
wasn't
you
leaving you
you
by
take
yourself.
7 points of piercing damage. Please make a con save.
You got it. Oh boy, my favorite.
They found us.
Yeah,
Look at
we're
it.
in trouble now. At least I am.
Oh no.
Con save. Yeah. 13.
13. You take 20 points of poison damage.
28, you say?
Oh, fun.
20. 20.
Okay, 20.
As from the top of the roof, Eirys, from where you can see roughly where that figure had disappeared behind, just a crossbow bolt flies through the air and straight into Kyro's side. You take the damage. Oh my god, hang on.
At least I can't be caught flat-footed.
Okay, you can't be surprised.
Yes, that's correct.
That's
Is
good
this
news.
a surprise round? Because I can't be.
Okay. So
Which
you,
means initiative would happen.
so you don't take 40 points
I
of damage,
think.
you take 20.
Whoa.
I take what?
You take 20 points of damage instead of 40. Because that was a surprise
Okay.
attack. Cool.
Cool.
We're going
got
to Leave it there.
No!
What?
I'm never surprised by these kinds of
There's
things.
treachery afoot.
I'm gonna have sweaty palms for so long now.
Me too!
Yep. That's
First, you're
I'm so
sudden
sorry
but
for
inevitable
walking.
betrayal.
I'm so sorry I walked into the hotel. I forgot that I'm suspicious.
the
Just inherently.
the really interesting.
Yeah, he didn't used to be suspicious.
Yeah, as soon as I walked through the door, I was like, oh, fuck, no, I
The
shouldn't be in
problem-
here, except it was too late. I was already inside.
The problem is that in the Underdark, he is an incredibly inconspicuous person.
Yes, so I'm used to just being like, I'm here for an errand. But that doesn't work.
That's just in character then, because he wouldn't necessarily. So it worked. So
Yeah.
He's like, oh wait, I forgot.
Yeah, no, exactly. In character, he like went inside, and immediately, as soon as he stepped inside, he was like, "Wait, I'm not supposed to be here. This isn't going to work."
Yeah.
But he was already inside, and it was too late.
He had to commit to the bit.
Yep. Luckily, it all worked out, and now he's poisoned.
Yeah, definitely all worked out. Sure. Happy
So
days.
the really interesting thing about that was that this guy, this agent, rolled stealth, and it was only an 11, which meant that Eirys could see him. And then he rolled perception and rolled a natural 20, but your 29 stealth was still enough that he couldn't see you.
Oh my god, what was this like total roll?
23.
So he doesn't know
okay.
Eirys is there, just me.
So
that's so
and
lucky.
then Kyro rolled a 22 stealth, which meant that he could see him. So it was by like, yeah, it was so.
So
close.
imagine-
That was so tense.
So
If
imagine
only
a
I had
guy
gone
holding a
home.
gun up to Kyro, and then she holds a gun up to the guy.
That'd be nice.
Yes.
Yeah, this is like those like films.
Yeah. Totally. Stake
Drop the
out.
gun. No, you drop the gun.
Yeah.
Wow.
We will
Thanks.
start next session on initiative.
So next session is I think the day before Christmas Eve.
Oh, crumbs.
Is it?
Christmas Eve.
It's the
It would
23rd.
be- It would be Christmas Eve morn for me, which is totally fine.
Are you sure?
Yeah, totally fine by me.
So that is fine by
Wait,
me,
is
but how is
Australia
everyone else
Christmas
feeling?
weird or something?
Hmm.
Like
I
it's
don't
on a
know
different
anything.
day?
No, Christmas, December 25th.
Because of the time
Time
zone, Swiss is a fair bit ahead of us. So
I'm a
like
day-
our
I'm a day
evening is,
before.
like his morning the next day.
Oh yeah, you're in the
Yeah.
future.
Yeah.
Yes, I'm speaking to you from the future.
How's the future looking? What's going on over there?
It's
over
looking sunny.
there? excellent.
Sunny,
Send
mild,
it our
22
way.
degrees.
I literally can't be the same kind of spy I was.
Although it was 39 degrees Celsius yesterday, it's 22 degrees Celsius today for the max.
I don't know how
Summer,
much
summer
that
is upon us.
I don't
But
understand
Melbourne
Celsius.
says maybe today, maybe tomorrow.
So are
Who
we
knows?
all good for the 23rd?
I'm gonna say yes.
I
It's
say
yes
me,
from
yes.
me.
Brüz says yes.
I would like to
Yeah.
play D&D.
All right.
Arbe?
A Christmas Eve special edition.
Are you good for the 23rd?
I do need
yeah,
to make
but I
note
can't go
that I
as late.
have a job interview coming up.
Hold on,
so-
sorry. What was that? Sorry,
Sorry.
Abby?
Oh, sorry. Yeah, I can't go on as late as today on the 23rd.
No,
As-
I don't usually intend for sessions to go on as long as today did. Sorry about that. Just couldn't really find a natural place.
No problem.
Well
there was a lot of
played.
meandering because we'd broken ourselves up to do things.
Yeah, that's true. But no,
There
you
is
guys
still
did
covered
well.
in pastry.
It's true. Nice. Well done, and thank you for watching, viewing Twitch.
Brüz had a
audience.
cup of tea with bloody grog and Scanlan.
Yes, he did.
That was so cool.
We
Despite.
shared drugs. with them.
you were this close to having to deal with an extra long conversation there, I might add.
Yeah, I know.
You
You
got
the
off
meat
got
man,
off
I feel?
easy.
Yeah.
You
totally.
got off easy. Because Brüz would have happily had a conversation with those two had he
Yeah.
had the
I would
chance and
not have-
realized.
And okay with that lasting very long.
Just feeling that the
You
sound of
basically
burning
had
into
the
your back ear.
conversation
Yeah.
of like, I don't know what's going on. Will you be willing to die for us? Yeah, I guess.
Anyway,
Sure, why not?
Yeah. Guys, if we hadn't had that meeting, you literally would have no idea why she was there.
Yep. Anyway, I'm gonna stop the stream now. Well done.
Bye.
Join us in 2 weeks. We'll probably have a break over the New Year's season, but we'll talk to you more about that in a bit. Well done. God bless you. And is it Monday yet? Bye bye.
Thank you, James.